Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in. Bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe as we fall. I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? The heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I go, as I go. Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? The heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I go, as we fall. I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Get it on,
Welcome, everybody. It's another night of VCS action here on VCS English. It's a lovely, balmy Friday night here in Melbourne, Australia. And we've got an absolute cracker to bring you as SGB take on Team Secret. My name is Carrick. With me on this lovely evening is Marbanogi. What do you think of these two teams?
Man. So we have two very different stories so thus far this split. We have Team Secret kind of just riding the high across the entire thing. They've dropped one series so far to GARM, I believe it was. And that was as part of a bit of their resurgence. They seem to be on a tear since then. And Buffalo are showing a very similar story to GARM in that they kind of crapped their bed at the start of the split. They really underperformed and was not at all what we're expecting. But They really seem to have regained their form. I think shifts in the meta have definitely helped them out, letting them play through Shogun a little bit more. And overall, I think this is looking to be the start of something good. If they can get a win here, that kind of locks them in as sort of, we can maybe write off the start of the split, and we just have to say, well, once they get to playoffs, we feel confident in them again.
Yeah, Team Secret is a very weird team because when I think about them, I don't think about them being the top team. I really don't. When I sit here and go, who's going to win the split? I go, well, GAM, they seem to be back. SPTC, they're looking okay, but probably not them. Saigon Buffalo, they went to MSI. But Team Secret are sitting there 7-1. Like, that's pretty insane. But, you have some members of our casting team that are perhaps full of some Buffaloium. Do you think Buffalo is actually a top team again, or does the 4-4 record actually reflect where they are?
So I feel that they're very different teams. It's a very different team from the start of the split. One thing, Froggy is back on his bullshit, and by bullshit I mean Seraphine.
Yeah.
In the last 2 series, he played 3 games of it, and it was banned in the 4th. But overall, I think they've been doing really well. The meta has shifted towards more hard carry style AD carries, as I mentioned, and even a few more heavier carry top laners, and that's let the side lanes really shine, and that's where Buffalo finds a lot of its success with a facilitating mid-jungle, rather than the carry mid-jungle that you really wanted towards the start split.
Well, you identified the Seraphine, and as we head into draft, Team Secret have also identified it. That's just going to be removed immediately, so Froggy will not be able to go on the Seraphine. This hurts them, but it's not like Froggy doesn't have a deep champion.
Froggy can play other things. So far this on the patch, he's only played the 1 champion and then a Swain, but things like...
2 champions.
Yeah, he's played 2 champions. He can play things... He can play other things. There are other facilitating picks like the Talia. He's played the Swain. I'm sure he can do something. This is a very strange last ban from Team Secret, in my opinion.
Sivir. Sivir is considered... I know she might be a little bit overrated, but she is rated as the best ADC on the patch.
No, the strange thing is, you've given her free Zeri. Or not. Or not!
Or not.
Or not!
They're just going to put Nocturne.
Alright!
So, I want to point out an interesting interaction. Because, do you know what is the best ADC in the game to pair with Nocturne, Bobby?
Good question.
It's Twitch. It's Twitch. Because if you have Twitch, he can, when he's ulting, he actually hits you from outside your vision range under the paranoia. So I'm saying it's rat time, because you've given Zeri away, and if you give Zeri away to pick a Nocturne, you better have a damn good reason, SGB.
Yeah, it does sort of feel like, it does seem like that, with that in mind, perhaps the Twitch Yuumi does seem like a pretty good lock-in.
Yeah, Tom and Jerry right here is ridiculously good.
But beyond that, I feel like then at that point you have a very easy never mind. Never mind, the troll.
Bobby, I'm upset.
Alright, so
I'm furious.
They've gone for we need as much sort of point and click CC to lock down Zeri as we can, which is another option, but I feel at that point you could have just picked Zeri first.
Yeah, just pick Zeri first.
Yeah. We have seen this Nocturne sort of rise in priority across the VCS. They seem to really fall back into really wanting this single target, blow up someone at the start of the fight, then win the numbers advantage. I'm not quite sure it's going to work out so well. I think Team Secret could have just gone for the Time Gensh there and done a lot to deny what SGB has put in to start with. But they want the early pick of the Gwen. They can ban out some of the counters and give Hero, who has been smashing top lane this split, a very good matchup.
Hazmed as well has also been playing a huge amount of Gwen, so getting that away from him makes a lot of sense to me. For sure. They banned the Jax as well, so the free Gwen counter's not there. Hazmed is going to have to go into the tank. I always feel like this is just blind pick for Team Secret. They're playing blind. This is just the best ADC on the patch in many people's opinions. Wukong, okay, Wukong's fallen in grace a little bit, but he's still a very good jungler. And then Gwen top. I mean, that kind of just seems like you're ticking every box.
And again, moving for that Ahri ban, while Artifact Ahri is something to definitely be feared, I think that Tahm Kench and removing support options for Zeri, or like safety options that deny that sort of single target threat you've got focused on the side of SGB with the Nautilus Nocturne, could have been an option. See, instant lock Tahm Kench. This Kali gives them the flex option. I think Cosmet is comfortable taking it into the Gwen. They just want to see if perhaps they get an okay matchup mid lane, judging by that Summoner spell.
I mean, I actually much prefer this Fiora. I don't like the Akali pick. Just because, like, yeah, okay, the logic of Nocturne Akali dive the backline is great, except Tahm Kench is already mid. And you can't do that into a Tahm Kench. So yeah, I much prefer this Fiora to Leo rotation.
Yeah, they're just sort of trying to figure out what they're going for right now. Right now, yeah, it's a little bit of a ball up run at you comp, and then you give a lot of options to Team Secret. If you lock this Talia down, you can provide so much peel with these final two picks that you can just kind of undo a lot of what SGB wants to do. The only real one who can access the backline with ease is that Nocturne. If you just put a good minefield down, he's gonna get stunned up instantly.
Yeah, this is honestly, like, I don't like saying this because as casters we really should avoid this, but this is over. This is one of the worst drafts I've ever seen from SGB. This is bad.
Yeah, it's a very strange composition. I don't love the Fiora. I mean, I don't really know how good Fiora is right now anyway. The Ghost is going to be an interesting adaptation to help run down, like, the Glen, and maybe keep up with the Zarya if you go into a team fight situation. But overall, I think Team Secret have done a really good job at just kind of countering what SGB want to do. It's not like SGB really did anything to make it hard for them to do so, and
like, you first pick Nocturne, Nocturne just gets completely destroyed by the Tahm Kench pick that you should have been able to predict. You predicted it, and if a caster can predict it, a coach should be able to predict it. Fiora, I mean, look, if Husband gets a couple solo kills early, then okay, whatever, comp doesn't matter. Fiora carries. Swain is not terrible. I don't think he does anything special into this comp. I don't know what SGB were going for here. I really feel like Team Secret just played blind pick here.
Yeah, it feels really, as I said, it feels kind of disjointed because both your big carries and mid and support aren't very good at, like, chasing. They're very good run, sort of kite back sort of carries, but and then you have all the hard engage from jungle. Neither composition is really super well set up to do that engage. It's a little bit easier on the side of Secret because Wukong go spinny good, but both teams, I think, are kind of wanting to play disengage, not really wanting to try and make that first move unless they have a really good numbers advantage.
It's so painful that you're saying that SGB wants to play disengage when they first picked a Nocturne. That's depressing.
I mean, like, they have okay engages. Their follow-up isn't there.
I know, I think you're right. That's what I'm saying. I think you're right, but it's depressing that that's the case because it means they really screwed up the draft. But let's get on to the Rift because we do have Team Secret taking on SGB, and we'll put our doubts about draft to the side for now and simply assess what actually happens.
I'm gonna have to see it play out probably fairly calm. It's gonna be a little bit interesting for the side of Buffalo because they are gonna have pretty good priority in a couple of these lanes, I would imagine, early on. But their jungler isn't really gonna be able to help them do much with it. BJ is going to have to work really hard to track Penguin and make sure basically that Penguin can't get a good gank off because his early pressure is so much more than what a Nocturne can provide. Nocturne, of course, really wanting to just try and power farm as best he can to 6. Mm-hmm. And so, especially looking towards the bot side, it's not going to be too much early on unless there's some funky pathing because both junglers starting bot side just going to sort of wrap around and try and clear towards top. but there should be early pressure for the side of SGB that Aphelios should be doing more than the Zeri early on. You can see how comfortable he will be with that Colin lane, and yeah, he's just gonna chill out, try and hold the lane, try and play it safely while keeping the pressure down so Penguin can't really invade and try and challenge BJ at all, but at the same time has to play it safe so Penguin can't try and bounce back and get a lane ahead.
The thing is, though, I'm not sure if they need to contest the Nocturne level 6. Like, obviously, if you can, it's good to, but Wukong, he's no slouch at level 6 either. I would almost argue that around a Rift Herald, Wukong ult is better than Knock ult.
Oh, I'm not necessarily saying contest a level 6, but like early invades, try and fight early is. It's always a good way to get an advantage and make sure you get that edge for that sort of Rift Herald fight regardless. But it is full clears just on both sides, and this should, in theory, favor the Nocturne. He should be a little bit faster than Wukong, and I mean, being able to clear those two final camps, Wukong has to try and get to the Grugs late. He will be slightly ahead, but it's not really gonna make too much of a difference as long as his mid lane can try and get some control. But Swain has the shove right now.
Yeah, that's gonna even have Froggy actually burns his flash. BJ already on the crab though, so should be able to pick that one up. Do they want to go for a double crab? Might be the only way they actually get an advantage, but Artifact getting that early flash out of Froggy, very, very strong stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, there was opportunity to deny the crab, but it would involve passing it off to one of your laners. Mm-hmm. So instead, Wukong's just going to realize that, yeah, he's behind the play. They went for full clears. He's just never going to be there on time. So he's just going to take that L, but it's not the biggest thing as it has been in the past. Okay. Scuttle crabs, certainly an advantage for BJ, but it's not the end of the world for the Wukong. As long as he can try and make something happen, but there's a decent bit of coverage in there. Ward in that river, Scuttle Crab has vision as well, so any attempt from Wukong onto the spot line would be quite difficult.
Ooh, they're pinging Taki. They know where he is. He's stepping very deep, but no catch, so he'll wander away. But still, out on the map is Juha, spotted on that Scuttle Crab. Of course, Shogun went back, so nothing really going on. And we crest to the 4.5 minute mark with almost no champion damage being dealt, Marby. This is a bit of a rarity.
Yeah, there's not a lot going on, and you can sort of see Penguin trying to poke his head in and try and look for an opportunity, but they're not really presenting themselves. He's found a place where his lanes actually have the shove, so he can't really make a dive onto anyone, can't really pressure anyone that's overextending. Froggy's playing right back now that he's lost his flash, and yeah, BJ's just happily farming up, and that's good news for the Nocturne, because he just wants to do that. He's happy with a quiet early game. We've got a little less so.
Yeah, that's fair. We do see actually an Ignite was burned in the top lane a little bit ago. I think Hero just found a trade onto Husmed, forced his teleport back to lane. Nothing to really write home about as Taki shows his face in the mid lane. As Shogun's actually gone for another back. Got a pickaxe. Really, this is incredibly quiet. So it's all good in the hood for now. I guess we are just waiting for that Rift Herald.
Yeah, Rift Herald or perhaps some kind of level 6. A little bit of a push coming in from BJ. He should have support from Hasmed. So they want to try and, I guess, do something while they have an opportunity, but they should not.
Hasmed level 6. Hero is level 5. They're pinging him. They definitely know he's there. Hasmed, probably just trying to fake maybe that they don't know that he doesn't have a jungler. Something like that. But Hasmed, you need to be really careful. Pops the grand challenge, but now Penguin on the way in won't actually catch him, so it's just a trade of ults. Hasmed also using his ghost. I'm really not sure what the idea was there, but into the mid lane we go as Paranoia has come out, but Artifact, you are just so clean as he immediately disengages.
Yeah, only having to use the ghost, so still has the flash for a later date, and yeah, just interesting I feel like, I mean, you were already on top of him with Froggy. You could have held that paranoia dash a little bit longer, but pops it
Spell
early.
shielded the knock. Like, I feel like there were options, but really didn't go for any of them.
I'm gonna give him a little bit of benefit and say that he had the spell shield on so he didn't get like stunned up on a mine.
That's probably true.
But that, in the end, yeah, it's just a nice, easy getaway from the side of Artifact. He feels happy about that. Hasmed, much the same, only really having to blow the ghost, but it's just a little bit of pressure traded, a little bit, couple of summoners, and that should really overall favor SGB on the basis that Hasmed should probably won't be in if it plays it outright. He shouldn't really be having the biggest impact on the Herald fight anyway, or if he is, he's going to be there on top instead of hero because of wave control, that sort of thing. So it should work out a little bit better for their side than it is going to be losing that mid lane summoner instead.
Yeah, I mean, the issue, of course, is that Paranoia is still quite a ways away from coming back up, but it looks like Team Secret not super interested in the Rift Herald, as they do have their jungler on the other side of the map at the moment. SGB not seizing on it either, so this might be a deprioritized objective here. We may end up just with a Herald Dragon trade. There's BJ having a drift, but Hero sniffs this out.
Yeah,
Hero's gone.
They kind of just passed like ships in the night. And now they're gonna find.
This is really bad. BJ's in a lot of trouble. Penguin's coming. Artifact's here as well. Puts up the Weaver's Wall. Knocks them both in. This should just be the death chamber for BJ. Hasmed's able to get out, but Team Secret, perfect movement.
Yeah, just absolutely just capitalized on a bit of a not even necessarily a huge mistake by BJ. Just a bit of good timing on the side of Hero to get that wraparound and sort of sniffed it out. I guess maybe he walked over that ward behind that Rift Herald pit. I'm not sure where that landed or when, if he managed to cross it at some point. But here we just see, yeah, he walks around, walks past. That ward might have spotted him on the back because you can see the pings coming out now. Yeah. So they know BJ's there. They come for the collapse and they just jump on top of him.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like everything going Team Secret's way at the moment, but we actually have a fight around this Rift Herald, it seems. Looks like SGB have muscled their way in and stopped Team Secret from taking it. They didn't pick up a kill. I think they just forced Penguin to run away. So in the end, the objective will actually go over to SGB. And all things said, they kind of come out ahead.
Yeah, I feel... Yeah, you definitely just walked away reasonably happy with that. Suhao...
Oh, okay. I am shocked at what Shogun has done. I will break this down in the replay, but I think Shogun just made really horrible decisions.
Why
did he walk away from the tower when the only threat was the Tahm Kench and the Zeri?
I mean, I think there's definitely enough opportunity for that dive to go
and
through.
Now Taki flashing in, throwing down the depth shot. Paranoia coming in. There is no Devourer, but the tether from the Fear will break when Eddie surfs over the wall, so the Zeri gets away.
Never mind, Zeri can do that.
Yep.
Zeri can cross walls. So yeah, actually, it all just works out fantastic. Shogun just definitely was not expecting that level of aggression to come out from Suhao, as mentioned before, and all in all, that's a free kill, a bit of a walk away. Penguin's gonna try and solo out this dragon, which is questionable in my opinion, because you're not really gonna have any backup from your bot lane. I wouldn't imagine.
I think he gets it. So, I think he gets it.
He's going to get it, but it definitely was punishable if Taki steps up the river a little bit more. He's not going to. But now, Penguin's just gonna, I guess, try and keep the wave in a good position for his AD carry, and we're off to a pretty good start for side of Team Secret. Everything's going fairly well for them. Just that Rift Herald blunder.
Yeah, they've got this 800 gold lead. It could be even up here. They can try and get some gold onto Shogun, who has completed his cull. So this is a fairly strong Aphelios, considering how slow the early game has been. And now Froggy in trouble, getting cycloned. Artifact joining the fray, takes him down incredibly low, but the rocks don't hit. So Froggy will be able to spread his wings and fly away.
Yep. Okay, just catching off Froggy in the river almost turns into a effect, but I guess the main thing is that they're not able to get down and stop the Rift Herald charge at all. So that's a lot of A lot of gold going over to the side of Shogun. Just let this play. Oh, okay, does not do that. Would have been a little bit of dash of gold deny. It's realistically going to be denied anyway because of the timing. But small things. I don't know. Feels like fun. Can we see a top lane?
Oh. Grand Challenge comes out to answer the Ignite. So Hazmed trading up in cooldowns. Not terrible, but needs to be incredibly careful now that the needles are continuing to fly. But Hero doesn't want to take the fight, knows he doesn't win it. Back off.
Yeah, pretty much wins the trade off the back of that final needlework, but still can't really progress from there. That Ghost's still in pocket. It's just gonna make this, like any further extended trade, just turn out Hazmed's way. Being able to pick up these Grasp of the Undying procs, being able to pick up these true damage procs as well. It's all just gonna be a nice, comfortable lane for Hazmed from here on. Plus, he's built damage compared to just these steel caps, so should just end up winning every extended trade.
He definitely should. It's also worth just checking in on items as you started out. We do have the Imperial Mandate Swain. I actually think that's a good decision in this game. There's plenty of damage coming from the other lanes. Swain does not need to be the carry. Shogun has got his Gale Force before Eddie has completed his Mythic, though I think Eddie will probably finish that up on this back. So no huge advantage in the bot lane. Honestly, this game it's just pretty even across the board.
Yeah, it's so very slow, just slowly plodding along, just waiting for someone to, just waiting for that aggression. But it's kind of mentioned in draft, neither of these teams really want to be the aggressor unless they have an obvious advantage. So it's just going to be small picks like we've seen so far. Good map rotations for all those picks, and just slowly trying to piece together small advantages for whenever a big thing happens and someone gets a little bit feisty around an objective.
Yeah, I mean, it is the VCS. Getting feisty around an objective is kind of what we do. As Froggy continuing to farm it up, Artifact finding good trades at every opportunity. He has built himself a very small farm lead. Zhu Hao in the top side. So you know Hero wants to bait and engage here. In comes the Frog, but Hazmed able to surf away. No catch onto the Fiora.
Yeah, you saw the bait with the pretty poor use of the W. I mean, it doesn't really do anything into Fiora outside of some absolutely mind-blowing placement. It's, if you can just like slightly get it on the edge to block a vital proc or something, but realistically, it's not going to do anything for you because true damage and also melee.
Oh, Hero getting dove in on. Vision of Empire will land, but can't chase under the tower. Hazmed still able to gain pressure, but nothing lethal.
Yeah, kind of just saw it right there. Just does not care about the extra resistances. Just isn't going to have anything immune.
Oh no, he's dead.
Oh no.
Hero dashing forward. In comes Penguin, and yeah, he is a ghost, Marby.
Yeah, look, he had Ghost. He needed to pop it about 3 seconds earlier, but
he needed to read the play a little bit. Hazmed kind of just caught sleeping there.
Yeah, and they've rotated up the bot lane for this Rift Tower, which has given the entire first tower to the side of Zeri, and they're gonna probably get this. I feel it's pretty much guaranteed with Flash and Cyclone blown from Penguin.
Yeah, for
They're
sure.
not gonna contest it, but yeah, I mean, you've already lost that first brick. Maybe you can use it to get some tower pressure for the dragon, but Talia's already lurking around there, so it's going to be first position.
I think they're just going to trade it on this top lane tower, but this is a good trade for Team Secret. Team Secret got first brick onto their Zeri. They're going to pick themselves up a dragon, and it's just traded for shared turret. Oh no, Hero stepping up, but Gwen is immune as Taki going low. The rest of Team Secret have arrived. Good spell shield there from BJ to stop the play, but this denies the Herald being placed. So this is just still all Team Secret all the time. 2K
It's immune. Got a global from your mid laner and a Tahm Kench wandering up to deny any further aggression. Kind of just said it. SGB has a very single target focused composition, and it just cannot come to fruition. I mean,
but Artifact didn't get Ari though. Got to keep that in mind. You could have banned the Tom Kent, but would have gotten Ari.
Yeah. I mean, hey. Also, if you get from Ari, he wouldn't have been there. So,
yeah, I know. Husband, in a 1v2, has the grand challenge and the team reinforcing. Needs to stay alive, though, as Artifact absolutely destroys him.
Weaves that last rock right through and picks him up. And
Artifact having a quiet banger this game.
Just having absolutely fantastic rock weaving. He's doing a really good job right now.
Artifact, I want to talk about Artifact, because you know, we herald him as the best mid laner in the VCS. I think that's still justified. This replay is not a huge amount to talk about, if we're totally honest. Yeah. But Artifact, when we talk about best mid laners in the VCS in the past, we've met people like Dia1, who just got a solo kill every game. Just every game, hit level 6, killed the enemy mid laner. You talk about these really big flashy players. Artifact this split has not been that. He's been way quieter, but like still MVP levels, but just a supportive guy. You love to see it. You know what you don't love to see though? Shogun having to burn everything to get away from Wukong.
Yeah, just kind of got out of position. His support leaving him out to dry, finding a hero on the other side so he can't really even walk back into a comfortable position. Just really, it's just Team Secret playing through their vision extremely well, spotting these opportunities where SGB, they can't really find anything. They don't have that strong split pusher in the Fiora right now. It's not quite coming together for them. Their team fights aren't working. Their pick opportunities aren't working. I mean, admittedly, we haven't really had a super big team fight so far. But they haven't really been given the opportunity because Team Secret are playing objectives really well. They're trading really nicely and just making sure that they can find good opportunities on the map and always trade up and come ahead in gold.
This is a very strange game here, or maybe it's just showing why Team Secret is this top team. Despite not playing a very VCS style, they're so restrained. Maybe they're the first team that actually has figured out how to catch the raging bulls of the Buffalo and redirect that energy into a wall.
Yeah, that's why they're a good team. They're not playing the VCS. They're not just throwing their heads at. They're not just running to the brick wall until it falls over.
I'll have you know, SGB is a top 6 team in the world.
It's true.
Yep.
I mean, that is under various conditions.
No.
Various conditions like
they came top 6.
Only one LPL team.
They came top 6 in MSI, therefore they're a top 6 team in the world. I will hear no criticisms. The Rift Herald has been dropped in the top lane. Get some gold over onto Froggy, who is, I really don't think that's the target you wanted on, but hey, it's not terrible. Has to use his Demonic Ascension and his Flash as Team Secret is now coming in. They want this. Penguin, Cyclones in, Paranoia immediately to respond. Blown up early. The Tarn Kench coming in clutch. BJ into the backside. Zeri ultimate to answer. Husband diving in with the grand challenge. Can he actually get anything done? He's doing his best. He needs to get that heal, but he can't. As Eddie lands all of the bullets from that Zeri pop gun. Down goes Froggy as well. Shogun, last man standing in the fight. And it's only BJ who limps away. But Artifact puts up the wall and says there is no escape. No quarter to be given. As he comes in, throws more and more rocks. Can he catch on to this nightmare? I think he'll definitely try. Can he get this last bit of damage? Minions do him a solid. No, he will get away on the tiniest amount of HP.
But look, BJ is definitely not going for a Baron steal anytime soon. So mission accomplished from the side of Artifact. And it's going to be a little bit of a dicey one in some regards because of the health bars. But they get a Baron, clean 5 members, clean get away, 20 seconds to Dragon as well. They're going to grab that pretty much for free. SGB would be pretty foolish to contest that. And all in all, it just starts off kind of, it could have been even worse if Penguin had gone a little bit later and Froggy didn't have so much time in that Ascension. But even so, the battle lines are so split. It's one at a time. Nocturne is just... Well, Nocturne didn't even actually end up going in. It was Hasmed kind of all on his own, and they just killed him down. The rest of the team didn't really want to jump in and back him up, so couldn't get that health field out If you saw BJ jump in on top of Penguin alongside, maybe you get that big healing field. Maybe you turn that around, but no, didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, this comes down to the fact, like I said it in draft. Like, this composition from SGB is diabolically bad, and you saw it in that fight. They were split apart. They didn't have synergy with each other. Froggy getting caught early, having to burn his flash, meant his demonic ascension ran out well before the fight was over, which is not what you want from your Swain. Shogun was unable to find any space to auto attack. He actually had a huge amount of chakrams built up. He was in a really good spot for an Aphelios, but he had 4 guys on top of him, and he can't auto attack. Team Secret now, as you said, with the Baron with a 6k gold lead, nearly 7. I mean, this one feels like it's already in the books.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall just there to make sure that the objective cannot be touched. Hero may fall.
Yeah, Hero might give up the Deathless game. There it is. Feeder reported, as SGB will finally pick themselves up a kill. Artifact gets knocked forward, but Zhuhao able to save him. Froggy in the Ascension burns the stopwatch there for a moment. Zhuhao knocking him up. Lovely coordination from Team Secret as they CC Froggy into oblivion. The Zeri moves in, takes down the Nocturne, and they are just walking through into the base. And this is showing why Team Secret is the top team of the VCS.
Yeah, kind of feeling like the hope, the run from this. Like, it's game 1. Let's not. All right, let's hold that a little bit. But SGB certainly not living up to the expectations set by their past few games. We've got a rage splitting Fiora right there, trying to get some bounties going. But all in all, 10-1, 3 dragons, 8,000 gold lead, 7.5 more accurately. But Jesus, it's looking insurmountable from SGB unless they find an absolutely fantastic pick. Shogun pops off on this Aphelios. There's a lot of damage to work with, so they can win out a fight, but they need to actually get it going because they blow everything to pick up 1, and then they can't really finish it up when Artifact and Eddie arrive.
Yeah, I mean, this fight was a bit of a last chance saloon. They don't get the one shot. They don't get anything going. And now look at Eddie, completely untouched, able to just move on forward as this very, very powerful Zeri. And while the game has not officially ended, there is still 1 lane of inhibs up. I think we know which way this is going to go. The one good thing for SGB fans, if you're out there, your way, I'm talking directly to you, is that, hey, the draft can't get worse.
You have 2 more games to not screw it up as badly?
Yeah, you've got 2 more games and the draft can't get worse. It can only go up from here.
Yeah, it's just... I'm just a little bit amazed. And it comes back to pretty much the first point in draft I said is, we're going to get this in quickly. Never mind, no I'm not.
Yep, they're coming in. Zhuhao having to flash away. Froggy actually has a chance to get a lot done here, but Eddie has the chance to even more as a huge Wukong ultimate from Penguin, just getting everything done. Firing in those Zeri shots, they go. 2 kills already picked up, 1 for Artifact. Low is Shogun, dead is Shogun. And it's only the Nocturne left alive. Was it worth a first pick, BJ? I don't think it was. As they get cleaned off the map, they call in a teleport to confirm themselves the win. They will siege on to the Nexus, and Team Secret add the first notch on the belt here in this 9th series for them.
Yeah, they come in, absolutely run the map top to bottom. It's absolutely fantastic from Team Secret. Huge, just really huge showing. Came with a bit of an easy mode. Draft advantage was in their favor, but the play was fantastic. They capitalized on all of Buffalo's mistakes. Very few fumbles. Really good showing.
Yeah, this is really, really good stuff from Team Secret. Incredibly clean. SGB need to bounce back, figure it out in draft, and we'll see if they can in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. This is VCS English. Welcome back, everybody. After a dominant showing in Game 1, Team Secret find themselves a 1-0 lead. Marby, how did Buffalo even get back into this one?
Write that one off. Come back into it. You can't exactly say it's a best of one or anything. But you kind of need to look at it, just sort of erase that entire first game from your mind, because it was bad from the word go. Draft was terrible, just misplays, outplays, all that sort of thing coming in, like flashes blown, etc. Plays falling apart, and just, I don't know, try and go back for more tried and true sort of thing. Put your focus into Shogun, give him the big superstar carries, not like the Aphelios, which is kind of fallen by the wayside, is like the playthrough AD carry. If you want to go for a classic one, go for Jinx. It performs better as a sort of carry to be set up. But I don't know. This Nocturne priority is really high. It's high for a lot of teams in the VCS. I don't get it. Nowhere else in the world does it. So I think just be a bit more sensible with what you're doing.
Zeri. When you have first pick.
Yeah.
Maybe just pick Zeri.
Especially if Siva's banned across the way, because the usual trade right now is Zeri for Siva.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you get one for free, go for it.
Yeah, I completely agree. We'll have to see if they can figure it out. Saigon Buffalo, it's weird to see them stumble in draft. That's not normally where things go wrong. Unless they normally go the other way, right? This was a really boring, bad draft. Normally, if they have a bad draft, it's because they go way too crazy.
Yeah.
And everything falls apart. This was not that. I would much rather see them try crazy stuff and not work out. But regardless, game 2, what are we thinking they should be picking instead? Ignoring the Zeri situation and the Zeri and the Nocturne, is there something that Froggy or Husmed could do to really get them back on top?
I don't think it's necessarily anything I think Froggy is mostly fine. Just play better forehead against Artifact. Bit of a bad showing in the lane from there, getting his flash blown so early in the 1v1. Husmed, I think something that performs a little bit better in general across the team fight, picking Fiora for the lane and then not doing anything with it didn't really look very great. So either get a much more confident matchup, get yourself away from the Gwen. Nocturne, it's
really high on this Nocturne, but we are in draft, by the way, if we want to head on over, of course.
Yeah,
they really rate this pick.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. There's so many picks that kind of function roughly the same way as Nocturne does. We saw the Hecarim coming out from Team Secret earlier last week. That got them a win. Was against Genius, but they got a win on it. And I feel like that's it. Sure, it doesn't turn out the lights generally, but it's a much more disruptive pick in the backline and just puts in so much work. So interested to see where Team Secret go for it. Get their pick of the 80 carry seems like a reasonable play to me, and yeah, they're gonna grab the Zeri for Eddie.
Yeah, and I do think Zeri has in the VCS at least has been the stronger side of the Zeri Siva trade. I'm hoping SGB take Siva. They don't have to pick it right here, but they do need to pick it in the first 3. Don't pick Aphelios again. That would make me very, very sad. Wukong banned as well, so they will just pick up the Siva. Good stuff, SGB. Proud of you. Ooh, no, they take the Yuumi. Okay, fair enough. Siva Yuumi is a strong bot lane.
Siva Yuumi is strong. Twitch Yuumi is also
Twitch
decent.
Yuumi?
Honestly, Yuumi just kind of slaps on its own right now. Has a lot of things it can work with, so they don't necessarily have to go for the Siva right now. They can lock in a jungler of their choice, for example.
Yeah,
Gwen or something along those lines. I mean, Siva shows absolutely nothing, so fair enough.
They don't want to show anything. I think that makes a lot of sense, but it does mean Team Secret is kind of getting the pick of the litter in every role, bar that support. It's also, as much as I agree that Yuumi was a good pick, and I like it, it's very strange to have a Taki playing Yuumi. We'll actually have to see how that goes. Artifact will get his Silas. presumably that goes to the mid lane. What else do they want here?
I feel alongside that Silas, you can just, well, okay, you can't slam in the Wukong. Something like the Viego, that works absolutely fine. It's fairly bland and boring, whatever. They have run. Oh no, sorry, that's a different team. We saw SBTC run the Rek'Sai alongside the Silas, so maybe go for again that sort of super strong early game jungler, try and break that character out. Make sure he can take over the world. SGB have gone for the worst pick in the game. Bryce is coming back. I'm not entirely sure why, outside of comfort. Teams always wanted to default it. Get something resembling a point-and-click CC onto the Zeri.
R/Y mains, you have to just trust the plan, okay? EQ. Trust the plan, EQ.
I mean, it feels like they're picking it more for EW, but at that point, I feel there are better options.
It's definitely not terrible, though.
Maybe none quite so good into Silas, or that doesn't give us Silas that fantastic ultimate. But
look,
yeah.
I think Rise is kind of boring, and it doesn't rock my socks off or anything like that, but it's fine. Whatever, it's fine. I want to talk about the Zeri Lulu that Team Secret have managed to secure themselves. Yeah,
so Lulu, in theory, should be pretty fine alongside Zeri. The thing where Lulu falls down alongside Zeri compared to its more traditional counterparts is Zeri moves very quickly and can run away from the poor Lulu, who has to spend everything to try and keep up. Especially if you end up putting a Whimsy on the Zeri at any point. So that's why Yuumi is so fantastic. Yuumi just gets dragged along for the ride. But yeah, it can require a little bit of extra effort from the bot lane to coordinate and not make sure Eddie gets too far out of the reach of this poor little Lulu trying her best.
We did have a lot of jungle bans coming in the second phase, so Shogun has gone to the Xin Zhao. No, not Shogun, what am I talking about? BJ has gone to the Xin Zhao. What is Penguin going to answer with at the moment? Hovering Hecarim and Jarvan, both would be pretty good, actually. One way to counter the Sivir move speed is just put her in the pot. Put her in the cage. You can run around it as fast as you want. You can be a little hamster doing your laps, but you can't actually get out.
Pretty much, it's flash or nothing from Shogun. Plus, if you do it, you have to be extra careful on the spell shield, because if you do it a little bit too early, you get it popped by the flag and you get hit by the drag anyway. So, works out as a very good opportunity to try and gank this Shogun, gank this Sivir.
I think you actually I actually don't think you can spell shield the knockup, because he drops the flag, you put the spell shield up. He Qs, you get hit by the Q, and then he drags through you and you get popped up.
You technically can, but yeah, it's
very hard. The timing is absurd. I would almost say it's so absurd that it's just luck when it happens. Because, the spell shield blocks the Q damage, but then Jarvan hits you with his body.
It's really good. It's mostly good against, I guess, extended with ones that are extended with flash, or like actual max range EQs where you get that little split second between the Q and the knockup. But either way, it's hard to get away from. It works fantastically, and you can always just try and pop it with try and get a little answer there to make it even worse. Mm-hmm. Who knows? Point is, Shogun is not going to have a very good time getting away from Penguin. J4 recently buffed as well. Let's see if Penguin can actually make this early game jungler that lives pretty much entirely on that early game, make it work.
Yeah, look, Buffalo have definitely put together a much better draft than game one. Happy to see that. I actually think this one's very difficult to call. Silas is fairly happy with his selection of ults. Taking away a Xin Zhao ult makes you extremely tanky in fights. Final Chapter's never bad. Sivir ult is always good as well. Don't necessarily really want the Gwen or the Rise, although you can make big plays with the Rise ult. But let's head on to Summoner's Rift and see if we will get a VCS standard 3-game series.
Both compositions fairly short range, so this should be very scrappy. Not going to be able to get as many clean sieges going on for either side. Realistically, Buffalo have a bit of an advantage in terms of wave clear. Actually, a pretty damn big advantage in terms of wave clear. But outside of that, siege is not the best. Again, range can be an issue. But just wanting to see how they can, if they can get things done. Just have to wait for something to happen early. Early ward drop by Penguin making his way to the bot side. Will we see the Jarvan patented red buff level 2 gank?
Not into Sivir Yumi.
Not into Sivir Yumi, but into a Froggy?
Maybe. I mean, Artifact, if he hits level 2 quickly...
I mean, he'll never hit level 2 before Penguin does, but
that's true. I mean, he could go Red Raptors into a gank. Yeah. But, I mean, he's definitely cheating that way. We might see it. No, I think he's going to bypass, just go buff. Yeah, he's pinging his blue. It's probably buff top.
Buff top. That's close enough. Plus, if Hero can hold the wave, if he can try and... I mean, Hero is going to be trying his best to reach level. Oh, look at this little wraparound, though. No, he's going for the level 2 gank, but he's coming from an angle they don't expect.
Yeah, he is, but Artifact can't really land the chains with how many minions there are. They have to commit a lot onto this. Froggy level 2 just flashes away, but Summoner Spell burnt for very little investment from Team Secret.
Yeah, just easy flash, easy go, easy as it goes. Now you're going to fall behind a little bit in your clear to the Xin Zhao, but we're kind of expecting that anyway, because you got buff, but it's not really much. It's not going to do a lot for his poor little clear. So just going to have to keep seeing if he can pull these chain ganks off. BJ now, he wants his turn. He can count. He can count the CS. He knows that it was red buff into top side gank, so he knows there's a full bot side for him to just take, and he's going to get a huge CS advantage off of this.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that I actually think this Jarvan pick is quite smart into Xin Zhao, because Xin Zhao wants to farm, but does he care that much about giving Xin Zhao a farm lead? Like,
no, Xin Zhao isn't necessarily a champ that's going to absolutely run away with a farm lead. Like, it's not Lily, it's not Nocturne, it's nothing along those lines, but you know,
there's a really, really deep flank here when he dodged the ward. He EQ'd over the wall. Hero has Meganar primed, but apparently they sniff out the timing, and Hazmedi's going to back anyway.
Yeah, I think he got a Hazmed just kind of lucked out there. Had a good point on his wave where it's bouncing back into him. Hero was aggressing in a Meganar trade. That's not really giving anything away necessarily, but it gives him a good time to back off. And he's put a ward down in this Tri-Brush. This I don't know for sure if it's spotted Penguin, if he saw Penguin, but it does mean that quite likely he's going to be safe regardless. So now, all in all, if Penguin can get this Raptor camp, he kind of gets away with meta because he gets a leveled up camp.
He doesn't get it. Oh, he gets the big one. Okay, he gets the big one. Fair enough. Doesn't get all the chiclets. So it's not ideal. BJ is able to pick up something. But yeah, as you said, that's actually pretty big for keeping Penguin relevant gold-wise.
Keeps him
Still needs to get something done on the map, though.
Yeah, keeps him in place in a good spot for experience, more to the point, as you can see. He's like only about a quarter of a level behind, which when you're 2 camps behind is not that much. It's pretty good because he gets the leveled up camp compared to the level 1 that BJ got. It's all sort of going even pretty much everywhere else, so that's why we just kind of have to focus on this jungle matchup. Small farm lead for Froggy in the range versus melee matchup, somewhat to be expected. And yeah, no, Penguin kind of, in terms of experience, is he's feeling pretty happy right now. He's just picking up these camps. He's avoided all the level 1 nonsense. He's doing good.
Yeah, both teams at the moment, I think, are fairly happy with this how this game is going. They got that early flash out of Froggy. They haven't made anything of it yet. So, never mind. Artifact getting a lovely trade. But Froggy is able to machine gun back into him a little bit. So in the end, it comes out fairly even. And now BJ joining the party. Artifact just needs to be able to E away from the W. Doesn't even have to, as BJ was not quite in range. Yeah. Up on the top side, we have a bit of a biffo as in goes Hero looking for another rock, but Gwen is immune. And now comes the needlework. Huzmed hunting him down. Misses the second flurry. That'll stop the play in its tracks.
Very touch and go, but the SGB is on the way first. They have positioning.
Hero should hop in 1 second.
Yes, hop, but here comes
Rise. Yeah, and he doesn't get the double hop. He's gone. Froggy with first blood. Now the rest of Team Secret are here. Well, two members, I should say. Zhuhao and Penguin. In they go. Good flash away from BJ, denying the knock-up. Taki here as well. Team Secret moving in. Stolen Xin Zhao ult for the Silas, but it doesn't matter. They get on top of him and they burst him down. SGB are hard winning this play. Zhuhao on the run, and SGB get themselves 2 kills.
Just a flood. Just absolute nonsense coming in from Team Secret there. They try and jump in with Penguin. He's blown everything. He can't really contribute. Then Artifact tries to go in 1v3. Yeah, you have the Xin Zhao ultimate, but they're all pretty much melee anyway, so they're just going to walk into your circle and then you're not invincible anymore. So, boy, here it comes. And that's pretty much nothing Hero can do with the angle that BJ comes from. You can't hop off of him.
Yeah.
And here, yeah, they just sort of want to catch.
I almost think Zhuhao misclicked. I don't think Zhuhao meant to step out of the bush there.
Well, he whimsied him immediately, before he got right up into the bush. So that is a bit of a misclick, bit of a mistiming, but all in all, after that, you just need to call that off. Don't send Artifact in by his lonesome, because now you've given up an extra kill. And now SGB feeling fairly comfortable right now, and they kind of want that. They kind of want that comfort, because any lead is really good for pretty much both of these compositions.
It's very true. As it is now this 1k gold lead in favor of SGB. They must be feeling a lot better, bouncing back after a disastrous game 1. Penguin moving in, misses the EQ. Another good flash by Froggy.
Another flash by Froggy, lost chapter in the book for Artifact. So if they go for this, they might be in for a bit of trouble.
I like that.
Yeah.
Just want to give you a shout out. Yeah. Final chapter in the book. I like it.
Yeah, but now the AD carries have decided to come up and take part in the game as the Rift Herald has spawned. It's coming a little bit late. Oh, but Hero, he's a step too far up.
He's in Mega, but he's already burnt the Nah. He is donezo, Marby. He could write a manifesto. He will manage to get to his tower. Oh. Never mind. He actually survives. Very, very close stuff there. Now Eddie on the way in, throws in the zap. Can they actually find anything more? Will burn the ultimate. BJ goes into the Xin Zhao ultimate, but doesn't stop him from those melee range. Artifact having to find a way out, manages it. Double kill now for Eddie. This Zeri's online.
Never left. Hero, what? Really nice play coming out from Team Secret, but I just can't help but laugh at Hero being like, hey guys, how you doing? I'm helping. I'm putting myself in a position where I can easily accidentally palm off a kill. Anyway, two kills back. Rift Herald, Team Secret feeling really good about that passage of play. In the end, not traded for much, because Shogun went to mid lane, shoved that wave out, and then he had to run all the way back to bot. So, one plate for his troubles so far. Might be able to grab a second one with just the Nah coming to defend. Yep, 2 down. So it's all in all not too bad for the side of SGB. I think they had that plate anyway, that first one. But anyway, Hero gets out by the air on his chinny chin chin thanks to just a narrow dodge on that Iron Spike whip. And then from here, you've got a half health BJ. You've got a lot of damage coming through, and they can just quickly run it down. Takes a little bit longer because of exhaust, but Artifact manages to survive. Hero comes back, steals some CS. absolute king, absolute hero play right there.
Chat stuff. You love to see it. And Team Secret has picked up that Rift Herald. As you can see, it's in the pocket of Penguin. So that basically means the gold lead doesn't exist, as long as he can drop it before 14 minutes. SGB unable to trade for the Dragon as well, that they do have priority on that side of the map if they want to make a play for it.
Yeah, for sure. And Dragon still yet to be taken at 11 minutes. I expect this sort of situation to become a lot more common as 12-14 hits, but right now, Dragons are still fairly easy to take, so it's really just nobody wants to, nobody cares. But Eddie, well on the way to his Mythic, a little bit behind on the Mythic timer specifically towards Shogun because he stopped for boots, but has 2 kills ahead. Feels pretty comfortable in the lead as nothing else on the map. Dragon becomes the play.
Yeah, I mean, SGB should get this one for free. Team Secret don't look interested in contesting. They will just give this Cloud Drake away, assuming no Glitter Lance shenanigans. Of course not. BJ with a good smite, but pings on the top side. They want themselves a Gwen. Jarvan Nah is a potent combo, but Husmed stepping back, waiting out the Mega Nah timer. All they'll be able to get is a plate. Does kind of look like they want to extend this play. Look at all of these hyper procs.
Yeah, I mean the fact he's on cooldown means that's not going to turn into a dive anytime soon, really. But now it's starting to build up again, and Penguin has not gone anywhere. So could okay, no, he's going back up now. Probably going to encounter BJ in the jungle somewhere around this red buff. Oh,
just spotting him. Ships in the night, Marby. As over it goes, picks up the dunk in. Oh no! Artifact getting smushed into the wall. Does manage to find the chain, find the kill. Husmed now moving in. I don't think that's really where you want to be, man. But the needlework keeps him safe for now. But with the Rift Herald in the pocket, this should just be a tower picked up for Team Secret.
Rift Herald plus flag. Absolutely no chance for this tower. Froggy's gonna try and walk up and EQ the wave, but Rift Herald will do its job.
Yeah, I think they're just Froggy's trying to dictate where the gold goes. Needs to be careful. But he does have a Yuumi there to help him get out. He's okay.
In the end, they shared between 4 members as Suhao even came up to assist. And so, all in all, not bad. It brings the gold shortly into the lead of Team Secret. That they have kind of left this tower alone. And that's gonna even it up a little bit if he can get that second. He cannot though. Don't want that extra back. So in the end, yeah, very close, very close. Just barely any real advantage coming out from either side. Just smattering of gold here and there. A dragon. Just waiting for the big team fight to really break open, and that sort of comes down to who's gonna have the big advantage right from that point on.
I appreciate it, Husband. I respect that.
Yeah.
Tries to just goon the tower, but doesn't quite work out.
Yeah. Feels real bad. It's gone. Feels so sad. But yeah, and then coming into those big team fights, what is the power going to be? You're looking at Eddie going to be a little bit ahead of Shogun. You're looking towards, I guess, I don't know, Artifact. Maybe Hero should have his Triforce by the time that anything starts. So damn close. Waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, Team Secret is actually Team Secret is just massively power spiked, by the way. In like the last 30 seconds, they completed 3 mythics.
Oh yeah. They're doing good. They're doing alright.
So I don't know.
2 whole heal cuts to take Taki out of the game.
I don't know how much it'll matter, just because there's no objective on the map for them to take right now, so I think the timing window won't amount to anything. Froggy once again growing the crown of the Shattered Queen. He is going that on angle APG. He values the safety.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of it seems completely fair considering the dive that comes out of the side of Team Secret. Plus, I mean, with the nerfs to Everfrost, and I'm not sure if Crown got buffed alongside it, but it definitely didn't get nerfed.
Yep.
It's just completely fine. It's probably okay. Just as strong. unless there are certain like synergies, like what with Artifact, he wants that Everfrost passive to active to try and make landing the chains a little bit easier. Just small things like that, and snap the top side.
Looking for Hero, misses the snip, so just backs himself off. Decent amount of damage onto Hero, but if you don't make it stick, really still feels like this Gwen is not paying off. Husmed having a very quiet series.
I mean, Gwen should be fine. Like you don't really expect Gwen to blow the game open in the first 15 minutes. That's not what he's here to do. But in the other hand, Nah can definitely do that if he finds a good ultimate in Megadar right now and coming up on the bot side of this dragon, so might provide something that makes it a little bit harder to just make this trade happen. But if they might end up trading top inner for a Drake, and that's a huge gold bonus for the side of Team Secret, and that's worth way more than a single dragon.
It is. SGB, though, probably making the best of a bad situation. They do still have a Sivir scaling up. As this Herald popped up, can they actually get this one through Husmed? There's the Hallowed Mist being burned. And yeah, they will be able to get the tower. Do they want to go for the play? Yes, they do. And they execute Husmed inside the Rage Cage. So it's a kill and an inner tower traded for a dragon. It just looks like Team Secret is out-rotating the Buffalo.
Oh, and Hero.
Oh, bad timing. Can he pick up one kill on the other side? I don't think he can. No, not with the stopwatch. Very well done there by SGB.
Yeah, bad timing, but the delay is long enough. The minions are cleared. There's not going to be a tower to take alongside it. So tower and kill from dragon for kill and tower. That works out quite comfortably. Artifact, you getting a little feisty, my friend. You're walking straight into a BJ and a Taki on top. Oh no, just trading across the map. Gold for a bit of an objective. It's a small lead for the side of Team Secret. It's not really enough to make it to be a standout, be something you can feel super confident in carrying fights with. But it's a start. It might be enough to get you that edge, get you some extra gold onto Artifact, get him to that item ahead of Froggy, and that could be the turning point for a fight.
Certainly could be. This game, it's very slow. 7 kills at 18 minutes. This is glacial by VCS standards. But it still feels like it could go either way. We don't know what these teams are going to look like in the 5v5 fights. I'm still looking at this 2-item Sivir, and I mean, I can't write it off.
Yeah, this is okay, so Sivir definitely playing for a little bit, trying to play a little bit safer, not trying to go for the maximum damage output, which is fine. You have enough backup damage on your team, but going for that rapid fire cannon over the more traditional Phantom Dancer. So just going to be hoping to try and be a little bit safer, but good map rotation by SGB should clean them up a tower and get them some more gold into their pockets. Still about a K behind, and no good response from the side of SGB from the side of Secret, sort of trade that across map. We're going to get a crash into bot tower now, but that's full health. That is going to live for quite a while, despite this. The flag might give them enough attack speed to do the damage.
Yeah, but I think they lose mid lane if they commit for too long to this, because Eddie's been caught out. Good stuff. They're using that shield bow and the wild growth to keep himself safe, but they lose mid tower. SGB are kind of running the map right now.
Yeah, they have priority. They are making the first moves. They can skip rotations as well. They skipped a rotation as well with that warp. That's why they're able to keep this pressure on, and just poor timing on the Meganar from Hero. His flank is just nothing now. He should be able to hop away to safety. But yeah, just good rotations from SGB. That poor map movements from the side of Team Secret, just fumble it all.
Yeah, they do just fumble. Can they catch anyone on the way out? No, they will just clear up the vision in their jungle. At least some of it. A few control wards being found out. 1.5 minutes just about on the next dragon. I think Team Secret really need to fight. I do not want to be giving this SGB comp a Mountain Soul.
You definitely don't. I mean, I feel like it feels really bad because you gave up those dragons specifically with the purpose of getting gold, and then you've kind of squandered what lead you were able to gain in that just in the past minute. So it hurts. You don't really want to fight unless you have great battle lines, but you aren't gonna have great battle lines. Your Zeri has no summoners to work with. SGB, they're sitting pretty happy right now. The plus side is, I guess your engage can definitely get right on top of Shogun with their 3 flashes that should be coming up just shortly for Penguin. So it's going to be a lot about vision control, vision setup, who can find an angle to enter and delete N80 carry. Team Secret have a lot better in terms of the engage department, but then they might end up accidentally leaving their bot lane out to dry.
Yeah, they certainly might, as Artifact finds his ways in, doesn't quite land the Everfrost, but has stolen Needlework. Looks like they're going to let Hazmed get away, though, as he just wins the trade and walks away.
Yeah, he smashes the trade. He's got all the extra lifesteal
and SGB, I mean, this is a disaster for Team Secret. They lose a tower for nothing.
Now they're gonna try and funnel them into Hero. Here he comes.
Yeah, there's a teleport as well. He's in the Mega. He smacks them into the wall. In they come. Eddie firing in from the side. Gets knocked back for a moment. Needs to find a few more shots. Rise has gone down, but look at the trades. It's going well for SGB. They've got low health bars, but Eddie in the middle of the enemy team. Artifact will go down as well. It's Penguin and Eddie with it all to do. And now it's Hazmed left as a solo standing member. He is a Gwen, though. He is very powerful. Popped up in the air by Penguin. Eddie finishes it off. Jarman gets the kill. Triple kill picked up for Penguin. And Team Secret confirm an ace.
It takes so long to kill Froggy. I thought it was going to go completely different. But 2 left means that they are going to pick up this dragon off the back as well. That's a gold swing for 2k. That's a dragon on the board. And Team Secret have found the opening they really needed in this game.
And they will pick themselves up a dragon as well. This is a good turnaround. Let's see how it worked out.
This is it. We look for the double teleport flank. They actually pop a really good boomerang pops the crown of the Shattered Queen early, but even then, so much time to burn down Froggy, so much damage denied by Bean Jay's ultimate, that the first kill to go down is actually Nah, and then it's just game of inches. Enough stacks have built up from Eddie that he just ends up melting. Oh, actually, I mean, that was also Yuumi, so that explains the health bar, but then just the game of inches could not keep up with Eddie, had a Jarvan on top of him, and Hazmed isn't able to finish off a team fight. He put in a lot of effort to try and swing.
Now, it is a 2k gold lead. Still not that disastrous for SGB. It does stop their Dragon Snowball by at least a 5-minute timer, which is not ideal for them, but it's not like their team doesn't scale. They still have a Gwen and a Sivir, but the Sivir still unable to really have too much of an impact in these fights.
You're seeing a lot of the advantage. I mean, you're seeing a lot of really good calls coming out from SGB, but in that case, they sort of left themselves open for that collapse. It was a really nice flank ward. It was really nice corralling coming out from the side of Team Secret. This could be something. Artifact does have that. They call it off. They don't want to take this fight. All in all, it's fine. It pushes Artifact right back in. They keep control of the side of the jungle. Now it's Hazmed. He was gonna, I guess, try and take on Hero while he can.
He's going to have a crack at him. And he is in the mini now, but double hop is pretty good, so he just clears the wave.
Alright. And now, Baron has to be the call, has to be the focus for these teams. Early stages, SGB should have the advantage. They have decent invasive wards into the side of Team Secret's jungle. It's a little bit... The approach is safe for them, for the side of Secret though, with those control wards on their side just around the river. But they can't quite shove up quite yet. They're trying to keep these side waves in control, trying to be in charge of, give themselves the opportunity for first movement. But right now they're just sort of playing a little bit of ping pong, trying to make something work. SGB has the shove through the mid wave, which makes, even though the side wave control does belong to Secret, they can't really control a river, bring the map into their favor, because there's still just this outer tower. There's still two mid lane towers for them to have to contend against, compared to nothing. They've got no safety coming from there.
I just want your opinion on this. What do you think of the Shirelias for Taki over a Moonstone?
I mean, I think it's fine. I think Moonstone it feels a little bit redundant because you already have a Sivir, but
yeah, that's bad. You mean
realistically, you
mean Shirelias feels redundant because of Sivir?
Yes.
Yeah.
Moonstone's good.
Hang on. They're going for a dive onto Hero, and they'll do it well. Froggy gets a kill.
Yeah, picks that up. That should convert into a tower quite easily. Hero just overstepping, not playing to be a bit too aggressive with that Gnar ultimate. And all in all, that's just an easy tower pickup. They can keep pushing this wave. It's led to a complete recall from the side of Team Secret, just conceding the map, trying to make sure they do not lose this bot lane inner. That's just, just good work from finding an opening, finding a weakness, and taking it down and bringing the control. Finding control when they're at a disadvantage is just, it's good to see.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, this is such an interesting situation where SGB, after such a disastrous game one, have been able to bounce back. Of course, Team Secret is still showing their class. They are the top team at the moment. So it's not surprising to see them still coming out ahead, but the whole weight of this Team Secret comp feels like on the moment.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of the damage. Especially with Artifact going for so much safety, so much utility. Sonya's and Banshee's coming. That's definitely just way too much. I don't think Banshee's really does much of anything for you this game. So bit of a waste in my opinion.
And stealing was in Zao. I mean, he's immortal.
Yeah, I mean, he's immortal, but it doesn't really matter if you can't kill anybody.
Looking for a play, misses the opening gambit. BJ going low, though. Can they actually take him down? No, they can't. It's actually going to be a turnaround as Hero is going to be the one that falls. Going gold is Artifact. SGB are hard winning this fight. Everything went wrong for Team Secret there, and it's Shogun moving forward. They still need to be careful of Eddie. Surfing over the wall, he picks up one, but pays for it with his life. Worth every day of the week. Can Penguin find a kill on the husband? He does. Big shutdown, but it's still a 4-for-2.
That's enough to deny the Baron take, but that will be Dragon for SGB, and they feel that's just wins coming together. They didn't have Hero in position. This game has not been what he wants. He was not able to transform Artifact. He didn't pop his Zonias, so he just kind of died in the middle. And we're just gonna watch again. Hero, he's trying to build up, but he gets but they just target him. They jump on him. They kill him. Oh, actually, he does transform. He just melted anyway. And his ultimate didn't actually end up stunning BJ. It didn't do anything for them. There's enough speed to get him out. And then it's just a good rundown. A couple of nice outplays from Eddie, able to come up and blow up Shogun. That stops a lot of the potential for Dragon. That stops a lot of the Baron potential, and Penguin denies that 100% with the turnaround onto Hasmed. But yes, good kill, good big shutdown for sure. But I think you got gold, then lose a Baron.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it really came down to Artifact completely stuffing his engage. He went in to try and get Froggy, and he screwed his engage up so badly, he didn't even break Froggy's crown.
This is why Crown is really good into what Team Secret is throwing at you.
He didn't even hit him. The Crown didn't do anything. He missed everything.
No, I mean, yeah, that's why it's really good. It gives you movement speed so you don't get hit. But that also, if you do get hit, Artifact's trying to unload everything all at once, and most of that gets eaten by the Crown, and Hero is just
in trouble again.
Oh, buddy.
Just kind of dies for nothing.
Oh, buddy.
I don't know what Hero's doing. 0-6-2. This is an absolute shocker from someone that Milky Cereal called better than the Shy.
That's not hard. I mean, he's putting on a very Shy performance right now. TS, stands for The Shy, actually. But yeah, 0-6, not the best showing from Hero right now, who has been fairly consistently our number 2 top laner, if not number 1. Take your pick. This split, he's just been, it's really rough game from the side of Team Secret's solo laners, and that's been their main win condition, their big shining light throughout this split. So we might gonna see a little bit of them struggle. We're gonna see them have to step it up in the back half of this game if they want to take out the 2-0.
Artifact is going more utility. Marby, I'm furious.
What do you mean more utility? He already had that Oblivion Orb.
Did he?
He already had it. Yeah.
Build some damage, Artifact. Shogun put in the cage. They throw as much damage at it as they can, but it just doesn't. Not with the Yuumi there. Eddie having to go into the backside. Artifact already dead. The utility removed. Hero falls as well. They do manage to get BJ on the other side. Eddie still in this fight, but now he's caught out. Has to zoom over the wall. Triple kill picked up by Hazmed. Eddie needs to try and find his way out, but he's got an angry Gwen bearing down on him, and snip, snip, you're gone. Team Secret have been outscaled, outplayed, and outdone.
They've certainly been outplayed, that is for sure, and they just spend all this time chasing down Zeri and Penguin, the 2 shining lights for Team Secret. Meanwhile, Shogun gets to just run down this base, and it is looking fantastic for this team. Huge bounce back after that shocker of a game 1. They're going to look for the end. There's 6 seconds on Artifact and 2 on Hero. I don't think they can get it.
I don't know. They take towers pretty quickly. They're going for it. Juhao already having to wild growth himself. Hero doesn't have Mega Gnar. He'll get soloed out. Husband going low against Artifact, but he doesn't do any damage. 1-1 in the series. SGB's back.
Oh, man. Just tragic. Tragic game from Team Secret solo laners. Hero played so disrespectfully around Vision, called out time and time again, and they had a lot of potential dive threats, a lot of ability to try and a lot of potential in their composition. Fortunately, Silas built no damage, and they could never kill BJ, so they couldn't actually get the fights to play out the way they wanted them to play out, and SGB take it home. They absolutely smashed the team fights. Fantastic stuff.
And we'll be back in 5 minutes to bring you the ultimate game of Game 3 between Team Secret and SGB. See you soon.
Hear the call for all the chosen ones, far away but all like one. Come together, we've just begun. Chant till Valhalla comes, chanting till Valhalla comes.
KDA? Should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 than a rough it. 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit. 그 문 열지 마 that's a rough day. I'm giving you more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking babe. 부루마법 message monopoly. 눈종이 돈이나 real money 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it go get it go get it. 더 미션 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different. All I ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it, so here you go. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it and never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's so dope, get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold, I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say, making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling at my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해요, queen. All I ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it, so here you go. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it and never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的微浪，不断往前，Oh you'll never way down. This is how I do it every day. Wow, wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走，giving it all more。No, I got it, so here you go. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it and never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time.
One and one. Team Secret, SGB both have picked themselves up a game. Once again, my name is Karis. With me is Marbinogi to bring you what has become, honestly, just predictable a game 3.
Yeah, it's been a long split. We have 7 weeks, and goddamn.
It has been a really long split.
It's,
Never have I wanted to be a best of 1 region until we hit, I think we hit 80 games like yesterday or something. Like, it's a long one, but it's a good one. Every game is been very, very fun, very exciting, and these two are no secret. SGB did pick up game 2. What does Team Secret need to fix to get themselves back on track?
just oh man, I don't even know. It felt like they needed to. I think they need to reel it in a little bit more, play a bit more respectfully, understand that they can't really, like, Eddie can't solo carry the game. Like, the 2 performing members were Eddie and Penguin. Jarvan falls off a cliff. His only couldn't ever really access the backline. A little bit of target selection could have been a bit better. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what fell apart for Team Secret other than Hero just got caught. Don't get caught. Pick targets better. These are not like big. They are not like big flaws that you can just fix. Realistically, they're sort of like small, like, in-game errors that, sure, you can point out and be like, just do that better, but it's not like I don't think there was anything wrong with the draft. I don't think there was anything wrong with the game strategy overall. Just a little bit of execution.
Fair enough, though. I feel like that Sivir. I mean, if you can bait SGB into doing what they did in game 1, where you ban the Sivir and they still give you Zeri, maybe you can make something of that. But now Buffalo is actually going to ban out the Nocturne on blue side, so I don't think that's going to happen.
It's not going to work quite as well, so Secret might end up having to ban the Zeri themselves. No Yumi for it to get paired alongside with, so it's a question of, do Team Secret feel like they have a good strategy against the Zeri, or are they just trying to push us back down the line, push us to basics, remove these 2 top tier 80 carries, and
I think they should.
move us?
I think they have to.
Yeah. I mean, they played against the Zeri before with a Twitch option, but okay, they're just gonna ban it. That seems completely reasonable to me. I think potentially you start to see things like Senna go up in priority. They played a lot. They played that to great success in their win against SBTC Esports. Not necessarily as likely to see it from the side of SGB, but we're gonna have to wait and see what they want to throw down. That'll do it.
Yeah,
that's an option. That's
I forgot she existed because that was just hard. That was just being hard banned. I feel like you could have banned Seraphine instead of Callista. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think so too. I mean, Callista's good, no doubt, but with the opening up of the Draven counters, I feel it's definitely fallen down in priority and Rat for sure. And yeah, it's just not many options for the Seraphine right now. Take away the Senna pairing is definitely a way they can go with it. Still can flex it into the bot side regardless, but take that one out of the hands, take away the Senna Seraphine combination, which would be absolutely, thoroughly disgusting, frankly.
It frankly would be. But it will be Team Secret playing that one. Eddie has had a pretty good Senna in the past. When he hasn't played it very much, but when he does play it, it's pretty good. BJ looking to go back to the Xin Zhao even without all of the jungle bans, so just thinks it's a good pick, and he had a good performance last game, so I don't blame him for it. Let's see if they want to reveal where Seraphine is going. Nope, they're going to keep it hidden and just pick a top laner.
Makes sense to me. Is you've still got that triple flex open, and yeah, I mean, sure, Hero can try and slam down a Jax right here, right now, and take your best opportunity to do that. You can, of course, still, even if the time catch gets banned, put Wukong in that bot side. You can do so much alongside this Senna. Wukong Senna works pretty well, and it means you might be able to fish out a little bit of a better matchup against this Xin Zhao. the option to work with, and
Both drafts are actually very flexible at the moment.
yeah, for sure. And targeting 80 carries might be a bit of a say that we'd rather this Seraphine fall into the hands of Shogun than Froggy. And I think that is completely reasonable given the state of the meta, and you don't want hyper-powered 80 carries running around the place.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think they're also rating that SGB have been putting a lot of eggs in the Shogun basket. Even though last game it didn't really play out that way, in the end Husmed kind of took over. You can't ban Husmed out, really, so just ban 5 ADCs. Shogun, I think you might be playing Seraphine this game.
Maybe looking towards his what he's played this split so far, the Xayah is an option. I think you could, depending. Okay, so against, I mean, honestly, Xayah can avoid a lot of this. Can do a lot to avoid this. Draven would be very interesting. It's been rising in priority. I'd almost. There's almost too much pick for you to go for a stand and deliver Cogmore type scenario. Let's try and smash center early. That could be an option.
I really feel like Seraphine Ashe was such a checkmate.
I don't know. I feel that's a bit too much. Seraphine Ashe, I think, is just a bit too immobile. A bit just does not have enough safety to bring up.
They did pick up the Lover's Lane, so not terrible. It does mean that Seraphine is going down.
Yep, it does. And if you ran that into a Senna, a Wukong or something like that, just so much gauge you just get collapsed on. And yeah, I think this works out quite well. Looking to just bolster the 2 side lane carries that are quite flexible and can move around.
Wukong bot. Good call.
Wukong bot, unless, I mean, it's not going to be not Wukong bot. But Carrier likes the Lee Sin. Su Hao was a jungler.
It's true.
So he has the Lee Sin skills. Is Eddie gonna play?
It's Wukong bot. I mean, they're not swapping. Is this? I mean, there's no way Zhu Hao is playing the center, right?
You would think that
it's past 20 seconds. It's past 20 seconds, so we either have a remake or Eddie's playing Lee Sin.
Okay, I'm here for Eddie's Lee Sin. I would have thought they'd make the former jungler play Lee Sin.
I don't mind Lee Sin center. That's a good lane, but surely Zhu Hao, the guy that has gone to Worlds as a jungler, would play the Lee Sin. But no, he's playing the center.
My man's old. His hands are broken. He can no longer play Lee Sin.
True, and famously, if you're terrible at mechanics, you play center.
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah. All center players are 3 divs higher than they deserve.
Correct.
Hi, your way. I'm talking to you.
I'm absolutely happy for the Lee Sin bot lane. I think it's great. I love watching it played by T1 when they bust it out. But yeah, I'm a little bit. I'm here for Eddie. I'm here for Eddie to show us he should have been a jungler all along. Show us the truth that all VCS players are junglers that have been forced to role swap. We saw it with Froggy. We saw it. Now can we see it with Eddie?
Well, Summoner's Rift is our destination. We'll have to see if Eddie can actually bring out some sick Lee Sin mechanics. Because, frankly, I mean, I can't believe that this is how this team comp has ended up.
I think I'm so happy for it. I'm so hyped for it. No, Husband's not going to fall for the trap on the top side. Nice to see, but we see get a little look on it. So we see Muay Thai shows he's a veteran player. Knows exactly what he wants.
I thought most Lee Sin one tricks had moved over to the dragon one because its animations are not fair.
I don't know. I think Muay Thai is the classic.
Muay Thai is the classic. Yeah, Muay Thai is great.
Raitai will definitely be the toxic person speaking a different language in your solo queue.
The Draven main.
Yeah, but yeah, gonna have to see how it plays out into this lane. Gonna be very interested to see how they play out the matchup. Early trading on Hero getting a huge victory.
Yeah, Husmed might just die. He's already used his flash. No, Husmed will get away, skip over the wall. All right.
Right, that early flash coming out from Hero, that seems like I'm interested to see. I assume just Counter-Strike flash to set it up, but that's just so much. Just gonna have all the control of this lane, gonna easily reach that level 2, and then Husmed has to be a little bit more careful. He's trying to step up for as much experience as he can, but if he steps too far away from tower, jump strike blown, so and then just crash this comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, he always does have the skip and snip to get away as well, since there's no flash to follow up. But does need to play very careful, as you were saying, but should be able to stabilize in this matchup. Not that it's ever a good matchup. I'm curious, do you think we get proper support center in this game now?
I hope not. I think proper support center is just kind of bad.
I agree.
Well, especially in the sense of support center that just builds like the Eclipse and the Umbral Glaive and does no damage from there. If you are going to go full support center, you might as well just build Locket of the Iron Solari and go all in on that type of center. It's actually got a pretty decent. Okay, admittedly, I haven't checked this for a while, but at one point it was Center's highest win rate build in solo queue.
Oh, under the tower they go. Good knockup from Taki. Zhuhao taken very low.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of this. Here. Oh, held that though, yeah.
This should be a fairly easy kill. No, the healing from the Q and the wave clear is actually good enough. I don't think they can make this happen.
Level up just in time. Yeah, and we saw really early on the trade paths coming out quite well that Taki would try and look for something, but Eddie can just jump to Zhuhao and get away from that grand challenge, and it would sort of fizzle out the lane. Now we're just sort of seeing...
So, what did you call it?
Grand entrance is what I meant.
Grand entrance, yeah.
We had a Fiora earlier, right?
Had a Fiora.
Look, if I have to make one complaint about League of Legends naming conventions, it would be watch out Eep. If I had to make a second one, is that too many abilities start with the word grand.
It's true. Eddie in a bit of trouble. Great grand entrance as Taki is making this happen. Zhuhao will be the sacrificial lamb. First blood for SGB. Eddie has to surf away. Good stuff down in the bot lane.
Yeah, fantastic play coming out from Taki. Just reading the ride back to the center perfectly and getting that double knockup is huge. BJ has been lingering around as well, making sure he's just covering the spot side. Starts off as tries to take advantage of a missing Taki, but he cancels the recall, and it just means he's in a great spot, gets the Guardian proc, gets the double knockup, and then the heal's enough to run it down. Bit of a flash to try and get a bit of extra, but Zhuhao backs forward, and means that they have to kill him, gives Eddie the room to escape.
And, I mean, so far we have to give a lot of credit to Taki on this Rakan playing really, really well. Just doing a lot of work. Artifact on this RE, something that has been banned away from him quite a lot. Let's see if he can actually have an impact to justify the fear that other teams have towards this pick for him.
For sure. It's going to be a little bit quiet early on, as you'd imagine. It needs a little bit of time to actually get the damage to clear waves properly, and once he can actually start hitting out the map, once he can start getting his roams, and even then, once Eddie can pick up that level 6, most importantly, then he can start to make really impressive things happen, try and make these picks start rolling. Might be a little bit hard onto Shogun specifically, because in theory by that time the Featherstorm will come in, but it definitely has options, has opportunities. As we've been faffing around the spot side, looking at the fancy mechanics. Top lane. That's exactly what I was going to talk about. It's It's not going well for old Hasmed up there. He just getting it handed to him, and then there's a cull on top of that to make it even worse.
Yeah, and I mean, this is after that level 1 where Hero used the flash. He's made great effect of it. BJ never headed up there to actually do anything about it. So overall, just really fantastic. Hero enabled to perhaps pop off on this Jax.
Yeah, for sure. And with so much threat being down onto pretty much Shogun, that's the real focus. Hasmed can of course do a lot, but I think it's fairly easy to just commit a Lee Sin or something to just say, all right, your job is to kick Hasmed away if he ever tries to get close. Hero, go nuts, kill a man on the backside. That's your job. Work with Artifact.
Very, very hard to play Jax into a Seraphine.
I mean, it's...
Jax is a little bit too honest. Hang on a minute, as Hasmed's in trouble. Fantastic flash by Hero. Penguin now joining the fight. The needlework is running with the Cyclone used. But Hero burning down. Penguin going low as well, but they do confirm the kill, Hus.
Yeah, so I thought for a second there, actually, hold that.
Yeah, down to the bot lane we go as Eddie's in trouble, burning with this Ignite. BJ here as well. Zhuhao cut off from his ADC, very weird to say, as he now falls. Shogun here as well. Seraphine ult whiffs completely, but it's SGB. He cleared him out.
They just clean house. It's disaster. They get them one at a time. It's perfect. They knock them down. It goes so damn well, and there's so much tower damage coming through. That's basically an extra kill on top of that for Shogun. And now, despite the nice play on the top side, it doesn't matter. The rest of the map has lost so damn hard. Hasmed's poking his head in, but nothing to be done. So a Rift Herald in trade, but this plays out so nicely. They hold the Featherstone for ages. The quickness doesn't even actually come in. It never has to be used. Eddie just cannot get to anyone. And he goes in to try and give some shielding to Artifact, but it just means he's served on a silver platter to Taki's knockup. Absolutely huge. Tower not quite taken, but Dragon absolutely is. Lots of plates down, and this is blood. 2k gold for the side of SGB. So much of it onto Shogun, which is exactly where they want it. And it's going to take some fancy fingers from the side of Team Secret to find these picks that'll bring them back into the game.
That they will. I mean, bring them back into the game, slingshot them ahead, really, as they now have this 2,000 gold lead. Of course, Team Secret did pick themselves up a Herald, so they still have a little bit in their pocket if they can find an angle to use it. But this, I mean, I have to say, this Lee Sin bot lane is not working. He's 40 CS down.
No, it's not quite the it's not quite as practiced as perhaps we were hoping. Yeah, bit of a shame. Perhaps the Wukong might have worked a little bit better for them. It's a lot easier to play. It's it can hold up in lanes to the poke very easily.
BJ unable to find a way in onto Hero, but this does mean Hasmed gets to farm this big fat wave.
Yeah, Hero just happily sauntering around, just keeping these close because he knows he has help. But you know, they know they're on vision. And oh my god!
Down to the bot lane, we have to immediately go. Railgun comes out from Zhuhao, but finds nothing due to the heal of Shogun. Thumbs up, it's another kill onto Eddie.
Yeah, this is it's all falling apart, and it's all going at the exact perfect way for SGB. Shogun is just too strong now. Taki can dive with reckless abandon. Hero's trying to bait something in, but he does not. He likes critical information. He can't get Hasmed. Can Penguin follow up?
I don't think so. In fact, I think Penguin might have put himself into a kind of bad situation. No, he has a mid laner on the way. Can they keep them here? If they can keep them interested, maybe they can trade a kill onto BJ. In they go. Cyclone used immediately. Can Artifact hit the charm? No. And with Seraphine joining the play, they have to move back off. No, never mind. He got the kill. W probably. Would have been Spirit Fire.
I didn't see it.
It would have been.
We're gonna watch this instead, which is just Taki bullying as much as he can. The kick to deny the knockup, but then he goes in and the quickness is still there. Taki can just jump on top of Shogun the extended range of that battle lance. It's just, yeah, just takes him down and he's gonna find a plate, but it's not really doing much for you right now.
It's not. This Lee Sin not really paying off, as we've said a couple of times. Herald will be summoned up in the mid lane, so a bit of gold back for Team Secret. But Froggy is here to clear the way, force them back, make sure only Penguin gets gold. Look at that. He is just chatting forward because he's got teammates coming in. Oh my god, Taki came in like a missile.
Taki comes in from stage left and blows Penguin right up. And yeah, okay, it's I think it's a little bit out of the hands of Team Secret right now. They have to look for something. Have to look for just to try and get anything going. Now Hero, the only man with anything going for him right now, is kind of left to his lonesome on the side lane. Can't quite bring it together. And oh man, all right, we're gonna get the top lane finally. Artifacts, keep an eye on him. How does he pick it up? It's all in on BJ. And then, just the fadeaway Q, just on the edge. That almost feels like a shenanigans, but hey, no, I mean, you can't complain too much.
Nah, there's no shenanigans. Yeah, that's just Ari mechanics. Just great plays by Artifact.
Oh, just the very, very edge. Just absolutely great. Just so close. So close for poor BJ. Anyway.
So close, as you said. But the gold lead has only grown. 4K now for SGB. They are very far ahead. Froggy, once again, likes to feel like a princess, puts on his crown. It's done in every single game. Husman on the bottom side gets a needlework across Hero, gets 2. That will stop any dive attempt as well as the arrival of Taki. Oh no, but look who's here. It is VJ coming in from the other side. A lovely cyclone from Penguin will hold them up, but only for a moment as Heartsman picks himself up a kill, and SGB are walking over Team Secret here in Game 3.
Penguin sold out Hero there.
He did.
Absolutely sold him out. You could see him sitting in that tri-bush for about 30 years waiting for his return to come in, but while Hero was trying desperately to get something going. I know how taxes work. I did accounting once. But, yeah, look, in the end, they just palm over 2 kills. It's free as anything for SGB. They're going to pick up this mid lane tower, rotate that into a Rift Herald. They can rotate that into a top lane tower. They might not even need the Rift Herald for that top lane tower. It's just everything is going so damn free for them. I'm just waiting for it to fall down because it's almost too good. It's almost too good.
Well, onto the Herald goes SGB. So they will try and get an objective to solidify their lead as much as they can. As Zaya and Rakan,
I think it's solidified.
Yeah, okay, we've got to keep solidifying it. You know, money is liquid. They need assets. That's what people tell me and then they always tell me to hate women and that I'm some sort of slugma male. I don't really get it. I don't go into it very much.
Slugma male?
I'm
sure that's a Pokemon.
It is a Pokemon.
And he turns into a snail, so you're almost there.
He does. Fun fact, according to the Pokedex, Slugma is like 10 times hotter than the sun.
The Pokedex.
The Pokedex is written by 10-year-olds.
It is. Like, my man's oak employing child labor. I don't trust this man. There are laws against this thing, but oak.
No, not
in fact, all the professors are culpable.
Well, this conversation has gone the direction of Team Secret, and that is directly into the floor as they fall further behind. Hero does hop away. They still have a chance. Of course, they still have a Jax, who is fairly strong. He is up in gold against Hazmat, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get anything done.
Yeah, they absolutely... Oh, goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Hero.
Yep, Hero, he is in trouble. Taki not really able to finally a lovely grand entrance. And look at that Seraphine ultimate. Sings across the whole team. Lovely stuff. As BJ. Oh, probably shouldn't have dashed forward there, man. Wasn't really worth it. Trades his life at the end of the play. Didn't really need to, but still 2 for 1 in the favor of SGB.
Yeah, 2 for 1. They're going to get a tower as well, most likely. Absolutely, just great. No, I mean, they can't do wrong. That play went about as wrong as it could have for them, and they still absolutely smashed it in gold. Right here, they just go all in onto Hero after talking him up so much, but Stun gets out over the wall with the blast cone. They keep diving, and then there's everybody here to keep them in place. He does not really die, so they have to commit the flash. Seraphine does save it, admittedly, with a great combo, but just so much aggression. SGB absolutely relentless because they have no fear. They need not fear anything.
Froggy
maybe
could
Froggy
be in
needs to
trouble. Oh, wow. Did you see what he just did? That was incredible.
He walked slightly to the right and dodged a charm.
No, but he got behind the Scuttle Crab. The charm hit Scuttle.
He walked away from the Scuttle Crab. It did hit Scuttle Crab.
Yes,
but,
he did it.
Froggy was walking away from the crab. Anyway, point is, they try and make a pick. It flops, doesn't work, and now they've got a Rift Herald. They're already all lined up. Ultimates have been blown from Artifact. Nothing blown from Froggy.
Storm out. They're going to try and make this play in onto Hero. The tower has already fallen. Hero trying to hop away on the other side. The first one to fall is actually Taki. Hero will finally go down, but Rift Herald's still alive. It might be able to get a charge. Penguin does have Smite. If he can time it well, he does. Well done there. But now they dive in onto him. Has a Cyclone, has Eddie, but he gets immediately snipped down. The monkey is still spinning around. Can they find the last bit of damage? Froggy goes gold to drop tower aggro. It is 1 or 2 members left of Team Secret, 2 members of SGB. They will hold the inhib for now. No, never mind. Gal falls forward. Shogun making some plays. Double kill for him.
That's a good play for Team Secret overall, even though it's still a trade up from the side of SGB. That's so much gold back into the pockets of teams. Okay, goodbye. Artifact gets out. And now Hero's here.
Yeah, Hero has arrived. Taki, though, lovely knock-up. Everyone dodging the counter-strike. Oh, he's still going to move forward. BJ has gone down. Hero still on the hunt, but can't find his prey.
Yeah, it ends up funneling BJ into Eddie overall, which it's okay. It's good for the side of Team Secret. They managed to get another kill. They managed to get the jungler off the board, and that might be able to pick them up a dragon and maybe even a tower alongside it. Oh no.
Oh, the Froggy ultimate comes in. Senna ult does give them some tankiness as Taki now goes down, but in comes Hazmed. Hero takes down the tower, pays for it with his life. Eddie next on the chopping block. No, does manage to dash away. Artifact falls. Double kill picked up for Froggy. Team Secret get themselves a dragon, but it might be a Baron for SGB.
That's a lot of gold back, and that is really all Team Secret can hope for right now. Baron is on the cards for sure. No, Cyclone is up for Penguin, so they can cause a lot of disrupt. I'm not quite sure. Haven't actually really been tracking Suhao's build, so not sure if he can deliver the damage necessary. So it's all on Penguin, getting over the wall, finding the Smite steal.
On the Baron. 3k now. Over the wall goes Hazmed. They're just tracking him. BJ goes with him. They force the enemy jungler back. BJ does need to re-enter the pit. Tag with the wind becomes lightning. Should be able to dash over. No, never mind. They know it's safe. They don't actually need the smite. They pick it up. Penguin and Zhuhao are in the SGB side. Zhuhao will be the first one to fall. Penguin trying to be sneaky on the monkey, but gets tagged up by Froggy, taken down by Hazmed. Hero zooming in at light speed, but can't get anything done. The only one to go down from SGB is the jungler of BJ.
3 for 1, Baron in the pockets of SGB. This should be just walk it down the mid lane, walk down the top lane, and finish off this game. It's not really a lot Team Secret can do. Again, they have a lot of pick potential. They can't really get the vision down to set them up. We're just going to see the fight again in the mid lane. So much CC. They're stuck for so long. They can't break this tower down until, I mean, Eddie already gets killed. Actually, sorry, it's Taki that gets killed, but they're stuck in a really rough position. They get the tower eventually, but they have to sacrifice two.
They come back to live as Hero is in trouble. Husmed hunting him down. Froggy won't be able to catch. They actually do let the Jacks go. He's just a bit too quick. But he has been completely neutered as a side lane threat.
Bit too quick for sure. And Jackson's pushing up. He has a little bit of vision to help him, but of course there's no towers to work with, so it's still a risk. And he's doing good. He's doing well to get away from a lot of these engages, a lot of these attempted picks. But all in all, the threat is still there. SGB just needs to find the wave to work with, but they don't really seem to put one together to start up a siege and actually put this Baron to any effective use. It'll time out before a dragon, so that's not even a option that's on the board for them. And this Baron, so far, it's kind of fizzling. Not really doing much for them. They've got 1,800 gold, but that's pretty much just the gold from the Baron.
Yeah. I mean, look, it was a Baron of convenience. It was not something they actually set up for. They will manage to take out this tower at the very least. They do have actually a strong push here. They might be able to set something up. Still 45 seconds on the Baron. Artifact caught out. Taki trying to go in with that Rakan ultimate. Couldn't quite do it, but BJ spreads the team apart. The towers melt away. And Marby, what was that about an ineffective Baron?
That's what I'm here for. I'm here to say, SGB, you're doing bad. They're here to be upset by that and prove me wrong. That's what we want from them. And so they blow it right up and get a good dive to separate the team and make those towers vulnerable. 3 inhibs. Artifact's so low. This is
Shirellia's popped. They're moving forward. I mean, let's see if they can end it here. That would be difficult. Only 5 seconds left on the Baron. The minions are going to go back to normal. They might want to reset once before the final fight, but no, never mind. Here they go. Eddie goes so deep looking for a kick, but does absolutely nothing with it. Center will fall as well. Only 3 members of Team Secret left alive as in goes BJ onto Penguin. Look at Husband whipping those needles across the team. Hero falling faster and faster. The counter-strike only keeps him alive for so long before Shogun will take him down. In they move. Artifact next target popped up in the air by the Rakan will be claimed. Penguin, last man standing, and the Wukong can not do enough. It's an ace for SGB, I should say, as SGB come back from Game 1's disaster to pick themselves up a 2-1 victory and show that they are truly a contender in this split.
Yeah, first half of the split, put it aside. Don't worry about it anymore. SGB are back. They are on fire, and they are looking damn good doing it. The Froggy Seraphine is absolutely a menace.
Can't give it to
absolutely smashed that bot lane to pieces. 580 carry bans, 6 overall with the Lucian ban on the side of SGB. And it's just, there's no hope. You still got smashed. Now, admittedly, I think that might not necessarily be this guy's pool is so deep. Look how fantastic his Zyra is, and at least a little bit Lee Sin, ain't it?
Yeah, I don't think Eddie did much on that Lee Sin. I really think Zhu Hao should have been playing it. I'm going to be honest.
It feels like he should have been. I mean, they went this setup for a reason, I can only assume, but it feels weird, and it didn't work out.
Before we go to our break, to get ready for our second series, I do want to put it out there that Yulwei, no doubt, will be talking about He's the Prophet, predicted SGB coming back. Who actually got the game score right, Yulwei? Go check the prediction sheet. See you later. We will be going on a short little break before we have our second series of the night, because this was an absolute banger and we need to recover. So we'll see you in a little while, about 20, maybe 30 minutes. It's a little bit iffy. There'll be a timer on screen as soon as we have it. But I've been Carrix. With me has been Marvin Ogie and Rakan, of course. And we'll be back in just a little bit.
Bombs and bullets.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the second series here on our lovely Friday night, and we have two very different teams than our first series. We have Cerberus taking on Team Wales. And Marby, I will open this with a line of questioning, because Team Wales has been faltering recently. Are the Glory stocks still doing well? Are we still investing? Do we have diamond hands, Marby?
It's had one bad week. One bad week.
Really bad week, though.
No, look, honestly, it was mostly one really bad series. The other one, it wasn't fantastic, but he wasn't a big contributor to their loss. Unfortunately, for Wales, their whole playstyle is Glory contributes to the win. The thing is, they just couldn't they weren't picking up the slack in the other roles, notably the bot lane, where Ariete was absolutely getting crushed in the bot side matchup. Absolutely a significant letdown in a lot of team fights, especially from a position where he wasn't already ahead. In game 2, he got ahead off a full-up tower dive by ASE, and then from there he was willing to play up. And I think overall, just this general meta shift hurts Wales quite a lot. I feel Glory needs to he wants to play these more selfless mid laners, these more facilitating mid laners. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work for him. When I say I want Glory to play for the team, I mean I want Glory to play for himself, because he is the team. And
Fair enough.
The Ryze isn't it, the Talia's not quite it, the Ahri works here or there, but the things like the Silas, they are really where he shines, and I just need it. I just want it all to come together.
Well, let's go to the other side of the rift, where Cerberus, there's two different versions of Cerberus. Mm-hmm. There's the full Vietnamese version, and there's the Korean version. And which one do you think is better? Because I know which one I think is better, and we can talk about it as we get into draft and watch some bands come in.
I think they are I think in my eyes, they are generally about the same level. I
disagree.
One's a bit more steady, but I think, and that's the Vietnamese roster. But I think when Leash pops, he pops, and that has been a huge point of their wins on that roster. He looks fantastic in their wins. He looks pretty bad in their losses, but so I'm not quite sure. I think both rosters get a huge upgrade through the meta shift, because hey, Artemis, he's still there, and you get to put him on things like Siva. Zeri's going to be open a lot more for him, and I think that's going to be just where the strength from this team is going to really come through. So I almost think it doesn't actually matter. I think perhaps you might want to run the Vietnamese roster against some of the stronger teams, but against the weaker teams, I think you might actually have a better chance with Leash, who seems a little bit more active, a little bit more aggressive than Drakthar. Doesn't matter though, Drakthar is
It is the Vietnamese version of the Cerberus roster this time, as they've brought in Punt and Drakthar. This is what I think is stronger. I agree with most of what you're saying, but I just think overall I favour this way. Sivir Zeri trade is online. Cerberus will opt into the Zeri side of it. That's not a surprise. Put Artemis on the Zeri. Let him absolutely pop off. But Wales won't be complaining if they can pick themselves up with Sivir.
Yeah, I think also, we saw Team Wales and ASE, they got Sivir 3 times and gave over the Zeri 3 times, and just Ozzy was so good on it. Compared to what Ariete, I think this is going to be that, just a little bit amplified. So having that Zeri straight away, they're like, we are not scared of your Sivir at all.
And it will be Glory going to the Azir. What do you think of that? Is that the kind of thing you want?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big carry champion for Glory. I'm a little bit concerned about picking it this early on. I think picking it this early is a bit of a mistake, but I think overall the pick is fine. I want to see him step up, be that big carry threat for the team, especially if maybe if the Sivir is probably still likely to come through, and then you just have a really strong front to back setup with your 3 carries. But overall, this should be a good pick for him.
Yado gets his Ari, the champion he has been most effective on by far. Drakthar as well getting the Nocturne. I think so far both teams are very happy with how this draft is going as that Sivir is locked in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everything's coming up fine. Al-Saban, because Ron OP will be in with this roster, and this man has 3 champions.
It's also a good Sivir counter. Can't spell shield.
Yeah, it's also good against the Sivir for sure. So going to take that off the board. I wouldn't be surprised to see another one sort of follow suit. Maybe you perhaps a Leona ban and then take the Nautilus yourself. I have to actually check Ron OP's champion pool because he hasn't played much. But
they actually have had Huber in a couple of times with this version of the roster. Huber's switches in and outs haven't been as rock solid pairing as Pun and Drakthar and Leash and Pass.
Fair enough.
So we're not, but I think you're right. Yeah, it is going to be Ron okay, so that's not too surprising. It is going to be the Nautilus Rakan Ali band in the support department. That does leave the Leona. They could just snap it up, push Ron OP further down, but there are still enchanters, like something like a Lulu is still open.
There
Poppy,
definitely are.
Okay,
Poppy going in for Killer Queen it's interesting. He hasn't had a lot of success on it. Doesn't really feel like his type of champion, but we know this champion is really good. Other regions are touting it as the best jungler in the patch, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with them overall, but we've had fairly weak performances out of it from the VCS so far, and hopefully Killer Queen can turn that around. Hello, set top lane, it looks like.
oh, Marty.
Unless that's just a cheeky hover.
Oh, if that's set top lane, Marby, I'm a Cerberus fan all again.
But I wouldn't
I don't know why you
thought it was
it.
good.
It's not.
Yeah, okay, so they're gonna pick that into Gwen, which is interesting. Gives, I guess, another dive body of some sort for Drakthar. I don't...
Let's go, it's my boy.
So Braum, I'm not super huge on here. I feel like you need something with a little bit more oomph. Unfortunately, the set takeaway kind of removes that maybe next option of the engage supports. So they're gonna go for the Braum, and that leaves them a little bit over-reliant, in my opinion, on the hunt to really find picks and force fights for themselves. Maybe a Shroom Shuffle, of course. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's a very, very strict front to back Team 5 side Team Wales, and going back to basics could be good for them.
Yeah, it definitely could be. And as much as you say the engage is difficult, you're not wrong. They are very, very happy to accept engages from Cerberus. They have a very, very powerful competition if Cerberus has to fight into them. And with Nocturne, Set, and Leona, they absolutely do. Pun also just going Flash Ignite on the Set. Look, I'll admit, I haven't played Set vs Gwen in quite a long time. If he wins this matchup, then I think he just makes Gwen useless forever.
So, I mean, Gwen should never be useless forever because her scaling is pretty insane.
But you just grab her.
Sure, you grab her, but I feel like Set wants to stack health. That's really good for Gwen because she has that percent health.
You don't actually do that as much anymore. That's actually not as much a thing. They nerfed to mathematically correct Set.
I know we're not going mathematical here, but I'm just interested to see how
I think he'll go
how
ball.
this will run. Orc Sunfire does seem like a pretty reasonable option. That's been a bit of a flavor of the month for a lot of the bruisers in the game. It has been hit.
It has.
And it is Pun, so maybe we are seeing strict tank. Have to keep an eye on this because this is a bit of an unusual one. Gonna be very interesting to see. No flash for Nagia, understandable. This is pretty normal, but Flash Ignite, yeah, gonna be looking for a lot of early pressure. Look for a lot of threat to come down, but
I mean, I kind of understand it, just in the sense that if you go Ignite versus no Ignite, you just kind of surrender the lane.
for sure.
You have to be able to match an Ignite with it. Like, you don't want to be down a combat summoner.
But you also don't want to be. You also need that Hex Flash. Maybe you might be running
well,
Hex Flash. Who knows?
I mean, I set top probably isn't, honestly.
Yeah.
But you need Flash. Like, regardless, you need
still
Face.
just a bit too good.
Flash Face Breaker is just way too good.
Yeah, and Flash. But yeah, Flash is just too good. Just amazing on set. So interested to see how this goes up. Both junglers going to path towards that top side. Bit of a net. Much like the Wukong versus Nocturne we saw in the first series, bit of an edge to Nocturne if it just goes the full clear route. Killer Queen can try and make things happen, but it's not necessarily the easiest for a Poppy to start a gank, especially if you're like, you can't really go for a mid lane gank. Mid lane is just so hard to work with the setup of the walls. But top lane you can do.
Now, I'm going to look at this Poppy. What dashes does she really stuff?
Artemis,
Leono
Rono
engaged.
P, Yado. I think Drakthar is unstoppable.
He is.
And Pun, I think, might be as well.
He is with ult. Yeah, he
Yes.
100%.
So mostly,
So-
I think it's a tool to keep Artemis and Yado in place and stop them from being overbearing and hard to catch.
Ron getting stunned up. He's going to take some damage, and Killer Queen's
Queen.
gone buff into gank. So he is here already. Artemis will get knocked back. Ron OP just burns the flash to get away. That's a good little trip down to the bot lane by Killer Queen.
It's a nice little start. Gonna sacrifice his top side though for just Drakthar to just power through it. He's not gonna be able to get up there in time. He's gonna it's just gonna end up really stuffed. Red side start for Drakthar as well. So there's nothing on the bot side for him to catch. He might have to go for this repeat gank. Don't know if they're gonna expect it though.
He just hex flashed over the wall. So he's dodged the vision. He's here. Ron OP's going to check it, though. And can they get away? They should be able to. Killer Queen ignited, going down low. Teleport called in as Artemis flashes away. More and more damage going in onto Killer Queen. But first blood has been claimed as Ron OP goes down. Killer Queen so low. He has no flash to get out. Yado will get himself a kill. 1-for-1. But the big story is 13 CS in the jungle.
Yeah. First blood goes over to Braum as well. You really wanted that to land on Killer Queen as a catch-up. And good trading coming out from Pun so far. Should be... works out about even. It's there's natural healing in both kits, so it should be about fine.
Set has more.
Set has easier access to his, but yeah, if they keep trading. And yeah, just gets a nice little bump there. I think you could have... He wanted to...
hang on, we have a fight in the top lane. Gwen has been ignited, but Killer Queen's made their way top and takes down Pun.
Yeah, gonna have to catch a bit of a replay on that one. Pun perhaps over-aggressing, didn't quite catch where the flash went. But overall, 2 kills to 1 across the map, 500 gold for the side of Team Wales. And if Killer Queen can just keep being in the right place at the right time to pick up some kills, pick up some extra gold, that will help make up for this massive CS difference that's building in the jungle. But still, we need to see the poor Poppy make his way to some of these camps, try and get something back for himself. Because I'm gonna look here.
It's just gonna be a flash. He's just gonna go for the play, I assume.
Yeah, he just finds a good angle, but tries to flash.
Pun missed the kill there. He used the first swing of his Q on a minion.
Yeah,
if he had used it on the Gwen, he would have gotten the kill. But as we see, as we come out of the replay, there was a gank to the top lane to equalize regardless.
Yes. So just Pun keeping up the pressure. Drakthar able to convert well. Might give Killer Queen a little bit of time to try and get something back, notably these chickens. But look at this roam. They are well aware of that this is going to be the play, and they want to capitalize on it.
I think, yeah, they just scare Killer Queen off. Did steal the big raptor still, but the nuggets will go over to Drakthar, so not the worst trade ever. But as you said, it's just been Killer Queen being in the right place at the right time so far.
Yeah, he's been doing well. He's been Alex just needs to try and catch up a little bit. And the gear just being not really respecting where Drakthar could be, and from there it's just lots of CC, lots of rundown. Not much you can do about that as Nagia. So back to status 2-2. Cerberus have picked up a gold lead, not much, but as the gold value seem to reset themselves properly. But yeah, just really that jungle advantage coming up huge. A little bit in the top side as well, as Punt has just got this wave in such a bad position for Nagia. It's going to build really big and be a nice big crash for him. Level 6 as well. Nagia is not loving it right now.
Yeah, no, Pun's zoning him away, trying to keep him that level down, deny access to that needlework. And this is sort of the nature of bruisers. If you fall behind against them at all, they really make your life in hell. So Nagia's probably going to have to call help, and you can already see Killer Queen heading up there.
Killer Queen heading up there, but both of Cerberus mid-jungle doing that as well, trying to just make sure there's not much they can do. Just interesting positioning coming out from Pun, making his way in to sit in that tri-brush, hoping to catch a whiff of Killer Queen, perhaps. Not quite sure where he is. Puts a little ping down on the Rift Herald, sort of signifying that is going to be the next play, going to be the next objective. And we already see early roams from Ron OP. Looks like they really want to keep Gwen down.
They do, but one thing to keep in mind is that he will not be even close to level 6 for this Rift Herald. So they will not have access to the Solar Flare. CBL, he isn't level 6 yet, but he'll be a lot closer. He's been level 5 for a little while now. And obviously the support ultimates are something that often makes a pretty big difference if this Braum wants to move up at all. And currently it doesn't look like he does.
Yeah, I don't feel like they really have the opportunity to. Killer Queen is on the wrong side of the map. Just want to sort of trade this off. The top lane advantage is just a bit too much right now. Set naturally stronger at this point of the game than Gwen. And this gives Gwen a little bit of time to catch up a bit on CS, but she might have overstepped it.
Yeah, she's very far forward. I wish we were looking at it instead of watching Drakthar auto attack. There's a fight in the top lane, and he's... That's the worst observing I've ever seen.
Yeah. My man's mouse broke.
Drakthar.
My man's keyboard broke. For sure. Because, yeah, we're going to see it now. And, yeah, Nagia he just really wanted this wave to crash. And he just ends up suiciding for it. Absolute. And because he couldn't even kill that last minion properly, it doesn't crash. The wave is in absolute hellhole. It's an absolute hell state for Nagia. There's still a chance that, Set isn't always the most useful as the game progresses. Gwen can eventually find her way back into it, but God, she just feels so far out of the game right now. Her only real saving grace is there's no teleport from Pun to just immediately capitalize and keep that freeze hold.
I just can't believe we just didn't watch that.
My man's keyboard broke. It has to be.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I can think of you wouldn't be like, oh, if you're late to something, I get it.
Auto-director would have done better there. But anyway, let's move on. Shit happens. No worries. Checking in around the map as we talk this top lane to death a little bit. There's still the big CS lead in the jungle. But the XP lead has evened out. Killer Queen managing to catch up. And Poppy, of course, not super gold reliant. So in the end, I don't think Wales are too unhappy.
Yeah, just sort of really trying to keep it slow, trying to pray and lean into their scaling options within their composition, which they definitely have. They have a lot of late game damage as the fight progresses, plus very straightforward idea of how to play it out. But Ariadne being getting a little bit hyphy there. Ron is in the area. That could have been something, but they do not want to call a bluff. And now just early strength from the side of Cerberus pretty much across the board. And Wales just trying to weather the storm the best they can. It's not the biggest advantage. As
fight on the top side. Ultimates being traded. Pan having to immediately flash away.
Yeah, so Nagia getting the best of that one. Can't convert into the kill because of that extra summoner, but top side, not quite as in control for Pun as it might have seemed. And now Nagia wants to set up the freeze and try and get a little bit of zone back. But it's not too hard for a set to really break a freeze if he wants. Walk up, E, W the wave, it's going to start moving.
Yeah, there is a Nocturne coming close as well. Has Paranoia. This is a dive top. We need to look top. Observers, you can't hear me, but we need to look top. Here's the play. The teleports are coming in. Top lane under threat. The Gwen will survive. Drakthar will go down. No. Final tick of Ignite will take down Nagia. 1-for-1. Poppy is here. Slams Pun into the wall. Puts up the Haymaker shield. But there is no healing for this beast. As Killer Queen will take him down. Shut down for the Poppy.
So 1-for-1 over, 2-for-1 overall. This is a nice big swing back that they needed for the side of Wales. Yado not really able to contribute at all despite the roam up. And that is going to be just, yeah, that's exactly what they need. It gives Killer Queen that little bit of an edge. Now here's the collapse on the mid lane.
Yep, Yado tagged up. Just Spirit Rushes away.
Yeah, just going to be a bit of a lane swap for now just to turn the CS nice and safety, keeps the tower safe, stops any plates from going down, I believe. And on the top side, Glory's going to grab at least one for himself. So all in all, this passage of play has been fantastic for Wales. Bounces them back into a lead. Heavy emphasis on finger quotes, but because, yeah, it's pretty much dead even.
Herald
just like Dragon.
Herald just timed. Oh no, he summoned it up at the last second. Never mind, he summoned it up in mid lane. That was very close, but they don't get the ideal Herald use, though it is going to get the charge as Nagia has to run away. Can they get the gold in the right place? Yep, just about.
Just about. Yado's in range. That's pretty much what they want. Okay. It's not ideal, but it will suffice for now. And with that collapse to the mid lane, leaves a little bit open for that top side. So, gotta be a nice amount of gold coming back for the side of Cerberus. But it collapse onto Pun. He's just not paying attention.
Yep, uses the showstopper to try and get something done. I mean, this is just a death.
Yeah, just oh, hold up.
As Now's down in the bottom lane, Ron OP stunned up. The boomerangs are bouncing, and they'll take him down.
Rom just coming up too good, denying so much damage.
In comes the Paranoia, though, straight under the tower. They want to get onto this Sivir, but they can't do it because Drakthar has been CC'd up. They do get the kill. Now, Artemis needs to find another one to make this worth it. He can't, though. Has to get out with the tower focusing on him.
Shield bow proc. Here comes Glory.
I don't think he can't get close enough, surely, for a shuffle. He's going in. He's got the soldiers up, and bang, the spear's good.
Flash and dash. That was enough. And oh, that's a huge swing on the bot side. CBL survives the whole thing, and it's Cerberus that started off. But Artemis just cannot get any damage out. First the exhaust, then the unbreakable in the way. They go for round 2, but Artemis just, he can't really contribute. The ultimate, I think, wears off a little bit part way through here. So though they managed to get on top of Ariadne, he doesn't have the bounce to finish off CBL. No minions. So that pops the shield bow. Then Glory, he's running down, has the flash, has the dash. It's just enough to make his way in. And just runs it down. Another kill for Glory, and slowly Team Wales are putting it together.
Yeah, they're doing really well. And have really countered a lot of what Cerberus needed to do. Ariadne is massive. I think he got 3 plates plus the actual tower kill. He's got 1.5 items. He's got 150 CS, 10 CS a minute. This is a big Sivir.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to see if he can convert it into the team fights, but he's looking a lot more confident than he was in the game against ASC already. So that's fantastic to see. Going to convert this into a dragon. And besides, this time around, even if Ariadne sort of fumbles and falls over, he has so much backup right now. Glory is so strong. Gear's holding him hostage. That's one.
That is a kill. Picked up very easily. Nagia getting his 2nd of the game.
Yeah, now the tower did go down in the trade, and with this teleport, they're not going to get it back. Hold on.
Oh. Some damage being dumped across. Oh, God, look at the scoop from Glory. Pun's already fallen. Ron OP joins him, and Wales have just hit their stride.
It was a bait. It was a ruse. Pun, you pulled in Gloria. That just set him up perfectly for the shuffle to knock you back. Gets 2 more. That's going to clean up the tower. Shelby traded on the top side with Zeri, but with the extra kills in pocket, this is so damn worth for the side of Wales. Now, okay, they're not going to get it.
Charmed him in so that CBL was like, all right, fine, I'm going to kill you, Tal.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Starting to turn right around for Wales. Pick two towers on the board, 6 kill lead, and everyone's looking a little bit better. There's still that big CS deficit in the jungle, but that is kind of doesn't matter. 3-1 and 3 for the Poppy, doing fantastic. It's kind of matched in the mid lane as well. So just the gold is exactly where Team Wales wants it, and Drakthar has to really put it to use and try and spread the love to some of the more effective team members in terms of actually being the big carry, like Artemis, Yado, maybe Pun.
And the scary thing
the
here,
Strikebreaker, not.
No. And the scary thing here is that while Artemis is on Zeri, we know what this champion can do, we know what this player can do. Ariete on the Sivir, I feel like it's just incredibly easy to execute.
Yeah,
I mean, like you just kind of right click on nerds.
You definitely can. The thing where Ariete, where Sivir, so we just see pulled in, big scoop, not much can be done. The thing where Sivir sort of almost becomes a little bit harder to play at this level than Zeri is just range deficit. That's what comes into it. Like the Boomerang Blade is of course an absolutely menacing poke tool, but the real bulk of the damage, especially since they've been forced off the lethality, is the auto attacks, is getting those ricochets to bounce through. Now the big beefy front line of Cerberus will allow for those ricochets, so that does help a lot. But yeah, that's still that range disadvantage is where you start to see ADC struggle to execute with Sivir compared to Zeri, who has a pretty significant range.
It's true. But Team Wales definitely favoured at the moment. They're in a fantastic position as Nagia is going to continue to scale up while Pun becomes more and more of a utility bot, particularly with this Gore Drinker build. Gore Drinker is kind of still the best mythic on set in every situation, but Bork first. I like Bork first. If you're going to try and carry a set, Bork first is the way to go.
Yeah, but it's fun. it's fun.
It's true.
So this is completely understandable. Some almost could have considered wouldn't have been too surprised to see a Chem Punk Turbo green face mask. I always forget this damn item. Turbo Chem Tank, thank you.
Turbo Chem Tank, yeah, wow. You made me forget it with how badly you butchered that as Killer Queen. Takes his Gromp, knows that Cerberus are around, but has plenty of friends to back him up. Pun trying to find something to start. Can he get a good face breaker? He can. Into a decent haymaker. The lights are turned out, but Cerberus have just got to run away. Yeah, as you said, Yado got yeeted.
Yeah, Yada gets yeeted. Bit of a stalemate overall. Ultimates blown on both sides, more for the side of Wales. So this should be Cerberus's advantage in the upcoming, round 2 of the team fight. Unless Wales can get a really good pick, a nice body slam against the wall. Not quite gonna make it happen though. So it might just be a bit of a pull off. Team Wales gonna try and perhaps threaten the Baron as a way of dissuading Cerberus's dragon attempt.
They are posturing aggressively. Our Team Wales as they're just in this choke. A big zap goes across them. They catch on to CBL. He flashes over the wall. The wall goes up from Glory. Artemis popping the ultimate, but not able to find any follow-up. Just has to back on off.
Yeah, in the end, they're going to get the teleport from Nagia, I suppose, but now the ultimates have been switched around. Team Wales is coming off cooldown now, and it's going to be actually them that are going to be able to pick up this dragon. A lot of agitation, lots of action, but no kills. It's just this dragon. That's what I can just find for the Wales, who really just want to keep taking it slow, keep getting to this late game Azir, late game Sivir.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse and worse for Cerberus here. I really feel like they've missed their window. Trackthar was pretty horribly ineffective on this Nocturne. Pun never really got the set working aside from that one moment in lane where he had a pretty big CS lead. But other than that, hasn't really done anything. Artemis has actually played a decent game of Zeri, but has just not been enabled to carry. It just really feels like everything's gone wrong for Cerberus and everything has gone right for Team Wales.
Yeah, we're seeing this, and we're just seeing this Brom pick pretty much used to its fullest extent. Like, that choke should have been so much more dangerous for Team Wales, but the Unbreakable, living up to its name, absorbs so much of the damage Cerberus was putting out, and in the end, everyone walks away, and Pun, hello.
Yep, has
bad
found
angle.
his way onto a bit of an angle, but it didn't work out. Does save the blue buff though, as Trackthar will be able to reset that one, pull it for himself. But Team Wales just deathballing around. Looking incredibly threatening as Killer Queen moves in. They catch in. Yep. That Sivir ultimate charges them forward. Ron OP can do absolutely nothing, and that should just be Baron.
Yeah, Paranoia just absolutely wasted there, I guess, in an attempt to try and stifle the pick, but the Sun Disc goes down to really dissuade their ability to do anything. The gear just going in the air. Still have a numbers advantage, but can they make it happen?
Pun into the wall, gets a big shield, gets a big haymaker, but that's going to be it. They do manage to kill the jungler, so that might stop the Baron. Now Artemis spooled up, has to play around these soldiers, flashing over the wall, trying to use that range. They do manage to pick up a kill. Drakthar onto the backline. Can he get onto Ariadne? No, he can't, but Artemis can. And Artemis is charging forward. It's a Zeri moment, and he gets himself a triple. Cerberus with an ace.
And they're going to be able to start up this Baron. It seems so risky, but Ron OP should be here to tank the damage. And it's the barest of inches. Artemis gets away and then over the wall. You can't. This is so insane. Killer Queen's on his way. He died really early. Yeah, so they're going to just pull back off from it because they can't risk the smite. And this is, it's all falling apart. And bit of a fun one from Nagia, but this is where it really begins. And just such a good start, but Killer Queen cannot hold up to the threat as long as Pun can. And then here, just misses on the Shurima Shuffle, and this gives Artemis the space. Flashes over the wall, can keep raining hell from a distance, as mentioned. And then, yeah, they have to pick their target. Do they try and block Yada? Do they try and block Artemis? Either way, you lose. And Artemis runs it down for the end. A little bit hyphy here for the Baron, but, I mean, all charged up and ready to go. You can understand why.
Zeri. She is very scary. And I am getting almost tired of these Zeri teamfight moments, just turning it all around, turning it on its head. But Artemis is going to be the man to do it if anyone can. 3 items completed for this Zeri now. She is in full hard carry mode. We are back to level goal. Actually, a slight lead for Cerberus now. And now the question becomes, can you kill Artemis before he kills all of you?
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit harder because, hooray, Titanic Hydra is still a core component for Zeri as the build progresses, so gonna get a little bit more health. That shield bow, of course, always a nuisance. Just have to keep her locked down, and this is where Team Wales are gonna start to struggle because they don't have great CC to keep her there. Trying to bait it in, trying to look for something, but that blue trinket will just spot it out instantly.
Artemis tries to land a bit of W poke and is spell shielded by Ariadne though, so he's okay. Another one will hit onto Glory, big chunk.
That was the worst change they ever made. I really don't like the super laser.
I don't like the big laser either. At least it's not AP Zeri. We've seen some disgusting things in, I think LFL was the big clip that popped off. Oh, in they go. Ron OP trying to make something happen in the set to the backline. The Nocturne following up, but let's keep our eyes on Artemis. He gets yeeted out of the fight. He will not be participating, and Cerberus collapses without him. Now he returns, but it's only him and Yado left alive. Perfect stuff by Killer Queen. Eliminated the one threat.
So much health though. Okay, the teleport's gonna come back in from Glory.
This is Baron.
Charge on that, so Baron will be set up. I'm just still worried. I saw OG do it.
He doesn't have ult. He doesn't have ult. He can't do
Okay,
that.
no
He can get the dragon. That was huge by Killer Queen.
Fine.
MVP.
Yeah, absolutely massive, fantastic. Keeper's verdict keeps Artemis well away, and that's it. Yeah, we mentioned he's the big one, and just here. They buy so much time, they cut through it, and the Killer Queen walks in, knocks him away, and they buffed that. Okay, it's actually been a while since they did buff it, but pretty much they made it, so you can no longer just sort of kind of find your way back into the fight. They tried to make a pick onto Yado, apparently. Didn't work, but nice. Wells have the Baron. They're feeling very confident right now. Now they need to sort of convert it into bit more tower damage, try and break open these inners, maybe break open the base. Their siege should be something fearsome with all the wavery, with all the range. It's gonna be up to Cerberus to perhaps find an angle to break it, because this death ball from Wales so far has been pretty damn effective.
It really has. It's been so hard for the Cerberus to try and find a way to breach it. They've been throwing everything and the kitchen sink at the back line. And it kind of works, because it gives Zeri a chance to spool up, get that massive amount of attack speed, massive amount of movement speed. But if Killer Queen finds a Keeper's Verdict like that, if Artemis gets taken out of the fight, there is nothing else for Cerberus. This is the definition of the 1v9.
Absolute huge siege. I mean, look, Yado is definitely not pulling his weight. 3-0-3 doing fine.
He's not going to do the damage in a team fight, though.
No, in a team fight, no, his job is more to find the charm. Maybe, if he's lucky, delete or chunk out someone like Nagir or Ariadne to a point where they just can't really contribute. But similarly, yeah, that's kind of Killer Queen's job in sort of pushing them away. But so we're just going to need to see them try and put it together. So far, siege going well, picked up one, going to pretty easily pick up a second, you would expect. This Killer Queen is
careful.
A little bit out of position. No, traded on the top side, on the bot side for a tower, thanks to Pun. This is
not a bad result if they can clear this wave. Yado getting hard chunked down.
Bit of an interesting base race.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a base race, but one runner doesn't have legs because he's not going to be able to keep up. Wales now will back off. Are they going to try and interrupt the backs? They are. Pun having a smacko on the inhibs. They are interrupting the backs. This could kick off. We need to go have a look at the fight, though, as Drakthar dove deep in order to stop those recalls. Inhib is down, but he's not going to be able to finish the game, and now you have a 4v5 in your base.
Oh, but it's
a lot of damage going in. Artemis gets the Zeri ult onto several. CBL goes low from that zap. He's surfing forward. He has to be so careful, though, as he takes a hell of a lot of damage. Glory looks for it, can't quite find it. Ron OP will be the one scooped. Trades mid laner for support. Wales have to back off. And in the end, structure-wise, it's an even trade.
It's an even trade, but it's a kill win for the side of Team Wales. In the end, it's not really going to amount to too much. They're
still stopping recall.
My man,
calm down.
That 7 does a lot of damage. Oh man, okay. We got super minions on both sides. Realistically, this should favor the side of Team Wales because they're Cerberus actually.
Yeah, it's on the right
bot side. Because it's the bot lane inhibitor. Yeah, just continue trying to stop the backs. Good dodge from Drakthar. A little bit of a miscommunication. I'm not quite sure what that Keeper's Verdict was for, but they didn't have anything else to run it down with afterwards. Couple of nice attempts from Glory to try and find the scoop to sort of make the big team fight win that would allow them to perhaps push for a little bit more, maybe attack the Nexus or something. In the end, it doesn't quite come together. Just short yet again. Ends up trading 1-for-1 because of it, which is pretty much the best he could do in that situation. He'd committed hard and had no way out, so try and make sure one goes down with you. Absolutely fine play from him. Now we're just Dragon number 3 for either team. Bit of a slow one. So with this being the main current objective, this works out pretty well for Team Wales. But especially with Baron still being a minute away.
Yeah, the objectives are not synced on a timer, so Wales should be able to pick up this dragon and still have time to be at Baron with a reset. So this game, Marby, is getting very, very exciting. 3k gold lead for Team Wales at this stage of the game is largely irrelevant. The people to watch are the Azir, the Sivir, and the Zeri. I think everything comes down to them.
Yeah, you definitely need to keep a close eye on them. Where the gold lead sort of comes into relevance is who can survive longer, and but out of like the front lines. And I think currently that should fall into the purview of Wales. Maybe not necessarily Killer Queen being the tankiest, but CBL, he's got that locker. He's gone for the full defense. Nagia just is built extra tanky compared to what we normally see with that Demonic Embrace in tow. So yeah, I feel this frontline advantage will be what can bring Team Wales over the edge, but of course, Zeri kind of doesn't care about a frontline.
Super minions in the base. Cerberus have done a bad job managing their waves, so they are now on a clock. As Baron goes to 4,000 health, Paranoia comes in. Can he find his way into the pit? No. Killer Queen will get the smite. This is far too late. They've made no decision at the wrong time. Rono P having to flash out. They are trapped in the pit.
They could just
if they
flash.
can find a way. Oh, in he goes. That's a good face. Can he find out? The Glory with a scoop brings them up, and they take down Artemis. Pun will get one consolation kill, but that is going to be it. Yardo having to TP out. Rono P will hit the back, but Team Wales and they should get the game.
Glory straight into the base. That's one tower down. Now he's in a little bit of trouble. Took a bit too much damage from Yardo, but his team is here. It should be for sure to clean up.
Taking down Killer Queen, having an MVP performance on this Poppy has been incredible all game. They confirm the ace, they confirm the win, and what an important start this is. May I remind you, these are our two middle-of-the-table teams, and if Team Wales can win this series, they will have the head-to-head over Cerberus, something that could decide who goes to playoffs. This is a big, big series for both teams, and it is Wales that strike the first blow.
Absolutely huge performance coming out of pretty much everyone. Everyone playing extremely well on Team Wales, but it's all coming together extremely nicely. We saw the aggression, we saw the proactiveness, we saw the playmaking and carry potential coming out of Glory again, which is what we were lacking last week. Love to see it this week. Sure, he didn't always land those Shurima shuffles, but he was always trying. Killer Queen finally making the Poppy work in the VCS. Fantastic. Hope they can keep it up in game 2. Mm-hmm. And maybe Cerberus has their answer back.
Well, we'll find out the answer in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. This is VCS English, bringing you all the hottest VCS action.
Let the mirror come alive. cease to see the unholy cast of disharmony. Bittersweet revelations, let the mirror come alive. Glorified sensation, your name in the headlines. War revelation, salvation is poison we mystify. It's love with the black eye and no alibi, no illusion to save you this time. Well, this is my life story. My fingers to the bone. I'm running after glory. Oh yeah, I should have known. Should have known. Yeah, I should know by now.
Welcome back. Team Wales have breached the surface and given us a lovely show as they take down Cerberus in game 1. My name is Karis. With me is Mamanogi here for VCS English. What is your take on your boys, Killer Queen and Glory?
They lived up to the potential that we have been shouting about them for a long time, that these two are just... They lack that they've always sort of lacked that consistency to really make them a super top tier player within their position. Killer Queen is much more an extreme example of this than Glory, but still has that coin flip potential. But when they're on, like they were that game, my god, they are on. That absolutely fantastic performance from Killer Queen. Had a really rough start of it too, but managed to just be in the right place at the right time and find these angles to get himself back into a really good position. And then that CS deficit didn't matter, and they just rolled on through there, so we get a little bit of a false start. Yeah, just really nice team fighting, really good setups, and they have they're very good early game. So far from what I've seen from Wales, I feel like they're a really strong early game team in terms of how they just generally play. So drafting these sort of later game compositions, these sort of late game team fighting compositions, kind of helps them, lets their natural skill sort of bridge them into that position. Unfortunately, they're not getting Azir again.
Into draft we go, as hinted by Marvin with that Azir ban. Renato, Wukong, and Lee Sin joining him on the bench this game. Yeah, I think we learnt why you don't give Glory the Azir, but he still has things like the Corki to jump back to. I feel like it's actually... It's pretty hard to stop Glory. I almost think you should be focusing bans more on Killer Queen.
Yeah, I definitely think so. It's just... he definitely seems a lot more targetable for sure. Like, if I'm Glory, I wouldn't even feel bad like first picking the Silas almost. We've seen it a lot of times throughout the split, and it's a really strong pick for a lot of teams. There it is! And he's just going to run with that. Now, Pun's probably going to take the Gwen away from Nagia, but I mean, we've seen Nagia pull out the Lilia, and he's more than happy to take this matchup. Hello, Callista, we haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, it's mostly banned out, and never mind, it's going to be the Rise pick regardless. But, I mean, look, I think it shows the strength of Glory's Silas that you first pick it.
Absolutely.
You don't know what else you have.
And this is going to be very interesting, because Callista is open, but so are so many options. This is like the first time we haven't had an AD carry ban in the first round for a long time. Lucian is up if they want to go for the Lucian Nami angle. But it's Callista, so do you want to go Draven Pike? Do you want to go Draven just about anything? I mean, Poppy works. You also have Sivir, you also have Zeri, you can pick whatever you want. They can really only ban 2 of them away, so... I'm
shocked they don't take one of them.
You have... But I think if they take away the, like, both Zeri and Sivir, I think you're almost perfectly comfortable playing Sivir or, like, a Senatom Kench into whatever the, Callista throws at you. Maybe you're comfortable playing a Seraphine Nash. Maybe you can play a Draven. You can just... There's so many options left for the spot lane that, hey, grab the best top laner available.
I think picking Trundle against a Poppy is an interesting decision, Marby.
Okay. Yes.
Gives her a wall.
Gives her a wall, but to be fair, it's kind of a hard wall to really make the most use of. Because it's not very big. But also, you give her a wall, but in return, you get her stats. This is my trade offer. And I think it's a pretty good deal for the Trundle, so I'm not too upset with this. Gonna ban away a couple of the supports that pair best with Callista. And
is this where you ban Zeri? You ban Zeri here as Cerberus, and then you pick Sivir and it's Callista top. Okay, no, they don't do it.
No, because I don't think Callista top is necessarily all that good anymore.
No, I don't think it is either, but that would have been really
also,
big.
Also, it's Pun. That seems really out of his wheelhouse, but
No, in the end, they just go for the support bans. They're basically saying, look, you get Zeri or Sivir. There's no point banning one because they'll just pick the other. Whatever, they get a strong AD carry. You're just opting into that.
Yeah, and I definitely think Team Wales is leaning more towards that Zeri pick, looking at that Nautilus ban over the, Oh, hello. Haven't seen a Sejuani in a while. Usually it's a Gnar counter. I don't really know how well it works into the Gwen. I would presume not that great. You definitely have the ability to find some kill potential on just her strong early trading for sure, especially with a jungle assistance. But seems like an interesting choice, and Glacial Prison seems like a pretty good ult to steal to me.
I don't know what Cerberus is doing.
Cool.
I think Cerberus... Who sprinted draft harder? SGB game 1 or Cerberus game 2?
Thresh. When's the last time we saw it?
We actually had a Thresh last week. We had a Thresh last week, and it was actually okay. Thresh has started popping back up again.
I am confused. I don't see why. He hasn't really... I don't know. Anyway, Thresh is a bit of an interesting one. It's going to make this bot lane very hard to gank, which is absolutely sort of what you want. You're going to really have to run into a... You should have a lot of early game pressure. You have good pick potential. Running P in theory should be a good Thresh.
But Marby, they picked Sejuani into a face-up Poppy and Silas.
Yes. Yes.
Why have they done this to us?
I'm not sure. That's it. I feel it has to be for that lane matchup, but I don't think it's. But it doesn't really stand out to me as a particularly good one in the way that it isn't not. You can't do a range engage with your Glacial Prison. You have to do a point blank one to really get any use out of it. I'm just confused. But
I also feel like Sejuani Dash. I feel like Sejuani Dash is so short and so telegraphed that you could probably skip and snip it every time.
Quite possibly. I think there's lots of...
I don't know.
Yeah, there's lots of kill potential if Trundle gets up there, but I think as long as you just prep for that, you should be fine. And I believe it is a Ghost being run by the side of the Gwen, so should be able to duck around these fights pretty easily. I mean, this is almost one of the times where I'd go Flash on Gwen, but just gonna be the Ghost, and completely riskable should feel quite safe.
The Ghost makes is much better in team fights. Does allow you to stick to Artemis, stick to Yado. So, onto the Rift we are for Game 2, Game 5 of tonight, but Game 2 of Wales versus Cerberus. Me and Marby are in agreement that, compositionally, you have to favour Wales here.
Yeah, which is not a good sign, historically, for Wales.
Yeah,
but...
so Cerberus wins.
Yeah, I'm just interested to see how this plays out. We're getting to see Ariadne on this, Zeri for the first time in a while, it feels like, and but of course I'm mostly interested to see this mid lane, mid jungle duo, see how they can work around the map, access to that realm warp for glory. If you can get it down and pick up that Fate's Call, that binding has already landed onto the Poppy, and I'm just gonna be interested to see the playmaking potential of this duo. Feels like it should be very strong.
Yeah, Zeri, of course, can do some pretty crazy things. If Ariadne can pull them off.
Interesting early invade.
What is happening?
Oh, this is a wraparound gank.
Yeah, they've wrapped around. The Trundle is nearby. What is going on?
Okay, interesting. Pretty much... Okay, so there was this ward in River. There's a little ward in River, so they knew this was coming. That's why Yado's positioning was the way it was. And yeah, it's not going to amount to too much loss as long... Killer Queen is going to hit the blue buff and then probably roam straight down towards the red. Might be in a bit of trouble because just kind of how fast Trundle is and how he's going. They saw he didn't have red buff, so this is free pickings. This is going to be another really bad start for Killer Queen.
I mean, he has to be able to read this, right? Like he
Oh, yeah,
saw,
for sure.
like he like at least he'll lose a buff, but he'll get the Raptors at least, right? Surely.
I mean, it matters a lot on if this ward spots Drakthar, which I'm not sure it did, because he just
There's
walked up
pings
and
on
put
him.
the ward into the brush there. So if they get a spot on him and they recognize, well, he's crossed the path now, so most likely they did recognize that, encountered the CS, probably saw the buffs go down, and now they know 100% this top side belongs to Killer Queen, but unfortunately bot lane has to be a little bit careful, because there is a Trundle nearby.
There absolutely is. He's in fact been spotted out for sure now as CBL walks into his brush. But they have to be incredibly careful against this Thresh. Of course, very hard to do much as Thresh against this lane. That little dash from Zeri, the ability of Braum to jump back after the hook. Rod OP, he's going to be a Lantern bot for a little while, I think.
That would be Lantern bot. It's a long cooldown on the dash though, so you have a couple of opportunities with that hook if we can't land the auto attacks onto enemy champions. But now this top side belongs to Team Wales. Pun very much stuck under tower. Not far too tanky to actually dive through though, so gonna actually just take the opportunity to reset for Nagira as well, and honestly it's just looking like a very good start for Cerberus, mostly coming out of just being in a better spot in the jungle. It's not a huge advantage by any means,
a little bit confused. How is the CS even? Oh, he hasn't cleared his Grump and his Wolves yet. That's what it is.
Grump and Wolves still up. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's it. Grump and Wolves.
Yeah, that's all it is. I for some reason I thought he had cleared his jungle and I was really confused, but no. It is just that. As down to the bot lane we go. Lantern though, and no ward to dump on top of it.
Yeah, bit too early for that. That one series from in 2018 really put Thresh in the bin. as soon as what did was like, hang on, I can put ward on Lantern and kill Uzi. It just became, well, now Lantern doesn't do anything. Thanks, buddy. Everyone's favorite support just out the window. I had to find a new ban to throw off autofill supports. And it ruined a lot of the fundamentals of League. But we're just gonna. But right now, this early stages, it's just so hard to kill Cerberus as bot lane. So Killer Queen really just gonna poke his head in if he's nearby, but I would never expect any real commitment towards that side.
That said, a slow game is not something Team Wales is going to opt out of with a Gwen and a Zeri.
Definitely not.
They don't care. They will. I mean, Killer Queen might gnaw his own arms off, but if there's 0 kills at 30 minutes, they're fine with it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, on the other side, you have Cerberus, who have what exactly? I mean, late game Rise still does an okay amount of damage, but it's not nearly enough. It's not nearly enough. So late game, you definitely favor Team Wales unless there's a huge mistake made up by the side on their behalf. But so it's really all down to this early game. Can Trundle get anything done? No, doesn't look likely, because at the moment it's just going to be a dragon, which it's a start. It's the start of something. Oh my goodness!
Oh my god, he's going to kill him. Never mind. Dodges the ult, moving forward, has the ghost running, but won't catch onto the pig. But that's a turret plate.
If that was Ignite this game, that would have been a kill.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, you don't know that's going to be happening, so a bit of unlucky. But hey, that's just Nagia putting his foot down for sure in this lane, and everyone hates Nagia. That's what I'm learning right now.
I mean, everyone hates Gwen, that's for sure. Drakthar coming in. You can't immune the pillar, so he needs to find a way out. I do not think it exists. It is just choosing who you die to at the moment. An Ignite committed just to make 100% sure. Do not give an assist to Poss. to Pun rather. Good job.
Yeah, just got a little bit greedy. I mean, kind of just Killer Queen almost should have been in a little bit of a better position to be an escort on that wave, but First Blood, it's got to be traded for some tower damage on the other side because Artemis has been left alone. Killer Queen is down here to provide the pressure as well. This takeaway from Yada could be good, but
they actually get the catch. Killer Queen putting up that W meant Artemis couldn't quite follow. In the end, everyone gets away, but Drakthar has heavy priority on this Rift Herald, and that's going to be Cerberus picking up the first big objective.
Yeah, and because of all
They got
this
the dragon as well.
of all this topside pressure, Gwen can't properly step up to the tower. Should be a demolish proc as well, so that might be should be a plate in the pockets. Oh no, Glory buddy, what have you done?
Glory, how did you get here? He flashes.
Whoop, my guy, buddy.
Why is Flory playing?
Why? Alright, why? I don't understand anything. Killer Queen has just decided to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like, he is doing absolutely nothing this game. It's quite a turnaround from that first one.
Marby, are you telling me that Killer Queen's performance varied widely game to game? No. Pun, in a lot of trouble, smacked into the wall. Killer Queen gives him the shield.
Yeah, alright, that's picked up off the back of Nagia, and finally we're getting to see a little bit of cohesion back. Hopefully that run of play they just leave that behind for themselves, but right now Drakthar's just been able to pick up such a commanding lead in the jungle. He's just everywhere he needs to be, and Nagia is gonna get caught again.
Yep, he has been caught once more, should get stunned up. This time Killer Queen is here to give the yeet, and now it's only Drakthar here, so he has to back off. Good timing there by Killer Queen. Yeah,
Killer Queen not fully leaving the area this time. This is absolutely good. Great for him, and good to... Words are really hard today for some reason. He can respond to that play, keeps his top planer alive, and means that his hubris will go unpunished. Now, just overall across the map, it's just that small lead for the side of Cerberus. And just Team Wales overall, just sort of playing very disrespectfully, going very aggressive in like solo scenarios and in the end, they just keep getting punished because of it. They only use a plate on the bot side off a reset, but because of that kerfuffle on the top side, because of that absolute nonsense, Pun's able to walk in. He's been able to take 3 plates so far because he just walks up, uses Demolish proc, and Nagia has just been in the absolute worst places at the worst time. And you can just drop that Rift Herald top at any time and get a free tower.
You really can, and it's not what you want to see. Nagia must be kind of frustrated with it, to be perfectly honest. Okay. Given that he's 20 CS up, but it really hasn't done anything. Now they're going to get the mid tower instead. It looks like Cerberus have really just figured it out. Glory is just absolutely gone.
Snapping up. You know Nagia isn't there. The call should be... sorry, not Nagia. Pun, you know he's missing. Why are we going in one at a time?
Speaking of Nagia, in he goes in a 1v3, desperately trying to use this Gwen healing. It does a little bit. Ariety over the side throws out a zap. CBL's gonna fall. The Zeri is spooled up. There are some low health bars. Yado will go down, but Killer Queen will be traded immediately. The teleport coming in from Glory. Ariety wants to be a hero here, but a lantern should get them out. You can't keep going. He flashes. Hits this. Artemis is stacking up the spears. Can he get a rend? It does, but not enough damage comes out of it. This actually might have been enough to pick themselves up a tower. Really hero play there by Ariety.
Maybe not a tower, but okay, we have a glacial present. Get some plates back, and okay, my Glory, come on, we can't do this again.
He has glacial prison.
He has glacial prison. Okay. Just fishing for the Zeri with that pillar. Drakthar's going to start up the dragon, and Team Wales is in a position to respond with a pick if they go over this wall, but I don't think they're going to. And we're just sort of seeing Glory's stepping way too far up with all 4 members around.
That's
Again,
so
you know Pun is not on the map. You should guess where he has come down this way. You cannot step up that far. And then Nikia just deciding to take matters into his own hands. CBL doing his best to try and save this. Oh my god, it does not
Once
stop.
again, everyone hates Nagia. They roam someone in and they kill him in the 2v1.
And Team Wales, just complete opposite of last game, are just playing like 5 completely disconnected individuals. Headsets are off this game because they just keep trying to man mode and chat up like individual plays, but it's just not working. Artemis, Cerberus, they're just playing as a team. They're just catching you with numbers of disadvantages and just making you pay for it.
Artemis could be in some trouble as there's a flash, there's a slam, there's a knock up. Can Poppy clean up? Oh, no!
Yeah! You know, you knew he was, you front was there. You saw him just like 10 seconds ago. You're not building Divine Sunbreak. You are not a damaged Poppy. You cannot do this. And then, Nagia, he's just pushing up so aggressively. Okay, admittedly he did have Killer Queen in the area, but definitely not in a place where he could respond in time, as we saw. Just need Team Wales to just sort of sit back, relax, and remember that this is a team game.
Drakthar being collapsed on the lantern, already used. A decent hook there, holds up Nagia. CBL getting focused out. They turn around onto Rono P, but there's the Fates call. Nagia in the backside, all by himself, knocked up in the air. Glory was unable to join the fight. Now a Zeriol out of Arietti, cleanses the Rune Prison. Good stuff by Killer Queen to deny it, but they can't keep this fight going. Arietti just too low. And Team Wales just calm down.
Stop chasing the loss, man.
2 years. You are in 9th.
I'm going insane. The fight is over, and Arietti's like, no, I got this. Walks straight first into a rise, just like, you can't move now. I have the point and click CC, and they can't get kills. There's just so much defensive. There's so much defense to work with for the side of Cerberus that they can't convert these kills. They don't have burst damage at this point in the game. The only one who kind of does is Nagia with that completed mythic. But they just need to wait on Glory. Glory needs to get his mythic, then he can actually do some burst damage. Arietti needs to keep scaling up for sure. And it's just so frustrating watching this team pile in one at a time like lemmings. It's double frustrating because it was after such a good game where they worked together and had good team.
I swear to God, like
macro, and they turned the headsets off for this game.
Like, seriously, Killer Queen after every game just looks at a crayon and goes, if I put this up my nose, I'll play badly. But God, does it smell good. And he just takes it out every now and then. I just don't understand this man. He's such an idiot sometimes. He's either really good or just a knuckle dragger.
It's absolute insanity. And you see Cerberus, they've learned from game 1. They are going to Death Ball. And Team Wales, they're sort of here together now. But Arietti, why are you backing? You don't have mana? Okay, sure. But you're an AD carry. You don't need a full mana bar for a fight. I'm just going insane. So they just want to concede that tower. They're giving up so much gold. It's about 6k, close a bit, 5.3. So are at the point where Cerberus are actually completely fine. I think they're absolutely fine in team fights with this sort of gold lead. I mean, it wouldn't even matter if they were even. It feels like by the way Team Wales have run their setup so far. But God, I'm just getting frustrated.
Yeah. It's very frustrating. But looking at it, let's have a look at the items, because mythics are coming in.
Pun,
oh no.
Caught again.
Yep. There's a realm walk coming in. Yado just walks out of it when he tries to juke up. Nagia, once again, pushing up without vision and taking down my Yado.
Hooray! And there's no cross-map play because there's no setup. They're not pushing out their waves at the same time.
There's Wales. Discord servers don't have a time limit on them. You can be in comms for more than one game.
It really does feel like that's just. I'm just.
I don't understand how they can play a game like Game 1 and then play a game like this. This is shocking. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't want to undersell the fact that Cerberus are doing everything right. Cerberus are a good team. Cerberus is allowed to beat Team Wales. But we just watched them play Game 1.
Cerberus, if Team Wales wasn't absolutely monkeying half their engagements, Cerberus would still be ahead. They've been playing quite well. Unfortunately, the monkeying has occurred, and it's created such a big lead that I'm not sure Team Wales can ever find their way out of it. Especially because, once again, we've got Glory in the middle of absolutely nowhere. You can't kill a Trundle. He's just too damn tanky.
Has to flash over the wall because he tried to Hex Gate out. Obviously can't do that. Loses his flash. Loses half his health bar.
You have no reason to be there either.
What are you trying to gain? Is it just like going for a red buff steal? Like, it's not worth your flash.
Yeah, no, it's not. You just I can't. It's just absolute nonsense, and sort of you've dug yourself into this point where you just have to rely on Zeri doing Zeri things, but again, it's not necessarily going to exactly come to fruition. A minute till Baron, 4 minutes to this Hextech Soul, and if they get Hextech Soul, Zeri can't do Zeri things. That's just too many slows. There's too much to keep her in check that she can't really zip around and do that ridiculous amount of damage. These solo laners are falling apart. Killer Queen has been absolutely invisible on the map. It's just free run for Drakthar. He just gets to walk in and take any objective he wants. They are not contesting a single thing. Like, you can contest at least a little bit for a tower. You can show CBL and Killer Queen. You don't have to hide them. Like, you might not fully defend this tower, but you chase them off. Now imagine if you had anyone threatening there with you.
Yep. I mean, imagine if you could set up a cross map, if you could really do anything. Killer Queen trying to catch in onto Drakthar, gets a pillar behind him, has to flash away. They try and go over onto Yardo, but Crown of the Shattered Queen and the Lantern able to get him out to safety. Frankly, as much as we kind of memed on the pick, this Thresh pick has been doing so much work.
Yeah, he's just been a Lantern bot, and that's been absolutely fine because Killer Queen has not been able to be in a position to block the Lantern with his W. There's been no response to it. Like, he's been in really good positions to just get out of the way, and I mean, from there we saw the combo with that Fate's Call to just throw him miles away and then evacuate Yardo with no recourse for clapback. So it's just good responses. Cerberus, like, you can almost kind of see they don't win the fights, but they don't give the opportunities to actually fall over and die because they're just doing hit and run tactics. There's no standing, no delivering, and that just means Wales cannot do a damn thing.
They really can't. And frankly, I feel like we're just locked in for another 6-game day.
Oh my god, I'm sick of these things. Now, Baron is coming up. This might be where we actually get something resembling a proper fight. Hard to say. The kiteback from Cerberus has been strong so far. The vision is oppressive. There is nothing for Wales, and that's catching Killer Queen.
Killer Queen caught out completely, can't get out. Yardo's in the back lines as well. Glory having to fend him off. A Realm Warp is there, and it's going to deliver them directly on top of Arietti. He will just barely get away, but she can't really participate in the fight. Yardo still getting tickled down, has the hourglass, as I finally get there, to buy a bit of time, but the rest of the fight has completely collapsed. Wales forced off the map. I'm surprised all three of them managed to survive.
Yeah, and 30 seconds to this dragon. It's going to be a quick reset from Cerberus and then, I mean, but they just have they just have Artemis. He can just go pick that up and secure it pretty much 100%. Their only hope is to like detonate him instantly, but that's just not going to happen. They're sending Braum and presumably Killer Queen over there to maybe contest with the Smite Steal, and just Killer Queen caught. There's no vision for him to go there. He's trying his best, but Ariadne stepped up a bit too close to the team of Cerberus. They wanted to go into this dragon, and it's just a nice kiting from the side of Ariadne to keep Yato at bay, and then the team splits up to kill Nagia, which lets Glory get away from Drakthar. Not quite enough damage there, and round 2, Fate's call onto Killer Queen.
They're going to do what they can. There is Killer Queen moving in over the Hex Gates, has some friends going with him. Can they get something done? There is a heat onto Yato. You have to go now. And they're managing to do it as Ron OP pinned into the wall. They can't quite kill him, but they will force him out of the fight. Yato now rejoining. Can he find those EQs across the team? Drakthar, big target, big tank. And Cerberus have actually been forced out of the river for now. Team Wales delay the soul by 5 minutes. But now they have a Baron to contend with.
There's just so much health. But they're just going to go on it. There's no real good health on the side of Wales. They're going to send Glory back. He has that teleport.
They don't get there in time. They don't get there in time. Not with a smite in their end.
And the teleport's in just the worst position.
CBL taking a lot of damage. Nagia on the front line. Killer Queen throws himself in, puts that W in front of them, but Artemis will take him down regardless. Ariadne, can he get anything done? He can't. He's dead. It's only Nagia left with a chance. Glory being forced out. Nagia as well. And that's going to be Cerberus picking themselves up an ace moments away. No, never mind. They won't kill Nagia, but they'll pick up 4. They'll pick up Baron. And Cerberus are just dominating game 2.
Yeah, they're just smashing it. The battle lines are not being drawn properly for Wales. Ariadne is too far forward and getting absolutely wrecked by the enemy team. Now they have Baron. Glory was completely zoned off the entire fight by Pun. And now they're just going to clean up these last towers. They're going to clean up the base pretty much in no time at all, just on the resets coming on out. These fights are not coming together for the side of Wales and Cerberus. They are in such a dominant position. And now we're just going to have to say, how do they put the siege together? CBL and Nagia are trying to line it up, but Ariadne is just getting so much damage rain onto him. He's dashing forward, and then the knock up, the Fate's call, it's so good. Glory only now just joining because he was matched on his teleport by Pun to the damn letter. And that meant he couldn't actually get involved. And this pillar was good to deny Glory's actual escape with the blast cone. And just can't get it through. Just gonna have to try and put it together. 10k apart now. Other teams, Baron as well. That's gonna get answered a little bit by this bounty on the top side. But Killer Queen, Team Wales can't defend this. And the rotation...
Relmore, they checked the rotation. They've got the lockdown onto Killer Queen as well. CBL desperately holding up his door. Ariadne managing to pick up that first kill. He's trying to cut away, but no, played in. Drakthar can bring down the jaws. No, he's pretty quick, and that's not a good pillar. Can Ariadne go 1v5? Can he do an Ushi? I don't think he can. It's Ariadne with the whole world on his shoulders versus 4 members of Cerberus. He doesn't have his ult. Cerberus are actually going to back off for at least a moment. He'll get his health bar. Ariadne, it's time. Can you do the impossible?
No ultimate. Just going to have to look for these big ultra sap extendo beams.
Not a bad start.
CBL is here.
CBL here. There's the hook on cooldown now. Ron OP takes a jump. Drakthar as well. Ariadne holds the base.
Holds the base for sure. And
Artemis going for it. Ooh,
going for it. Can't really take that fight with the Lantern being enough to actually helping Ariadne out a little bit more. And now just holding the base, holding it together. 2 minutes till this next dragon, and that's gonna probably be the final fight for Cerberus, assuming they win. And just this great rotation. But there's so much space. This front line is still pretty tanky. The subjugate comes in down on eventually, but Arietti's able to kite this out really quite well, and it's just a shame really for Wales that there's so much that the solo lanes are just so far behind that they can't really do anything on the back. That Arietti he gets to take down one, but he can't really do much more.
And the game will continue, which means Team Wales remain with a chance. As small as it is, and it is very, very small, Marby, but...
Just look at the mid lane right now.
I mean,
you look at those items, there's 4.5 with that Blighting Jewel compared to 2.5. This Silas has just been completely shut out, and a little bit of his own doing, just absolute dunderhead plays at the beginning of this game has snowballed into a huge advantage for Cerberus. He's just seeing it pretty much across the board. Full items ahead, multiple items ahead, in pretty much every position except the AD carry. Now Cerberus is just going to keep trying to force it, keep trying to make things come together. I
feel like it's just going to be this 10 seconds, Hextech all picked up,
what is this?
And then the fight that ends the game.
What is this Evan Shroud on CBL? This item is just bad on Braum. Never take it, my friends.
Oh, Glory caught out, flashes away. Ooh, that was inches away from actually being a very big glacial prison. It goes nowhere. He's not level 16 either, so his ult actually still has somewhat of a cooldown. It won't be up for this fight. But this is all or nothing now for Wales. They miss the Keeper's Verdict. They go in onto Dragthar, and they get the steal on the Dragon Killer Queen. Now Arietti, he's the one to watch. Got the ultimate. He's going down low. Arietti charging forward. He's got the first kill. He's got the second. Yano put into the wall, and Arietti should be able to pick himself up the third. No, Glory takes it away, but Wales win the fight.
And they get the quick realm wall, but are they going to go for the Baron? No, of course not. It's still up for it's not up for 30 seconds. I got a little hyphy. But they are going to get a mid tower. That's what they are.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're backing.
Alright. We're back to 8,000 gold. We got the dragon. We got the fight. That's huge. And I'm just going to look at it again. They go straight onto Dragthar. The smite, the rend is not as good as it used to be. The smite timed perfectly for Killer Queen, and with that, with them sort of in shambles, a little bit lost for what to do, the fight front to back exactly how Wales want it. They just walk it in. They just keep moving forward. The bot lane gets away. But that doesn't matter because the rest is dead.
The Baron, it is 3,000 health on it. Dragthar is here, but it's secured by Glory. Dragthar now in the pit alone. Amazing Glacial Fisher across the entire team. They trade 1 for 1, but that's now Wales with a Baron. Can they get out? Realm Warp will be used. They need to find Arietti. He at the moment is in a very safe position considering he can dash over the walls, Pun getting more and more damage as that P shooter continues to bring out Glory diving into the backline. Can he actually get anything done? Arietti has to get out of the fight right now. Throws a laser back across the team. Team Wales, you just need to survive. Glory, he's not going to have any chance. 3 of them are now dead. It's a 2-man base defense. They have Baron, but Cerberus has 4 members.
4 members, and they've pretty much almost cleaned the base. The tower's down.
It's just the Nexus.
They just have the Nexus. This is going to be impossible. They're just too tanky right now, surely.
Pun only on half health. Where's the Keeper's Verdict? It's not up. They will not be able to get that one done. There's the Zeri ultimate coming out, though, but Killer Queen's going to go down. CBL on the respawn. Yano taking a lot of damage. If he falls, suddenly they're in with a chance. Artemis popping away. The inhibs are respawning. They can't hit the Nexus. Artemis moving in. He's got a GA. He can play very aggressively if he wants to. He just about lives. Arietti's still alive. Needs to get away or he's going to get rendered. Throws out the zap. Not quite at the right time. Artemis now has that Brawl passive. Shut down for Arietti, as this Zeri is well and truly online, and Wales are fighting back from the brink.
They're fighting back. They have an exposed Nexus. The Winimps have come in clutch. Now they need to push it in. They need to find more. They need to keep this advantage going. They're going to keep pushing down the mid lane. Maybe they can get this started. But right now, it's just so much to work with. They don't have enough Barons. Currently, they have to use the Baron to play goddamn catch-up, play the goddamn mentor, because these waves are just in the worst position. They have no structures to work with, it feels like. And that's all on this kid. It's all on Arietti. He is putting in so much work, and right here, It starts off okay. If you feel like they can carry on this fight, but Pun just lives for so long for no reason. He survives forever. And then they make the call. Glory's just like, I'll sacrifice myself. You two need to book it. Get back to the base. They aren't in time to defend the tower, sure, but they can keep it at bay for so long. Killer Queen just jumps in, makes sure Artemis can't really get close to it. Neither can Yado. Gives time for CBL to spawn, and then from here, it's just a massive series of plays. The win hip, of course, means that they have to back off as well. Then Arietti just gets so hyphy, man. I am amazed he pulls this off. Pun just escaping, and then finishing off Artemis. Ward's coming in, clutch, deny the lantern. That's a big shutdown that they were looking for this whole time.
Suddenly we have a game.
Yeah.
Suddenly, this game is on a knife's edge. Keeper's verdict. Gets two. Can they get onto Yado? No, the lantern will stop them. They move over onto Artemis. Does not have that GA. Can they find the last bit of damage? No, Killer Queen going down. But I've got my eyes fixed hard onto Arietti, who's pumping damage into Pun. Nagia will be the one to take him down. Can Arietti get over the wall? Needs to join the fight. Romo P is the next target. They won't catch onto him. Team Wales have taken a hell of a lot of damage. They need to find their way out. Nagia needs to wait for that skip and snip. Over he goes. 1 for 1 in that play.
1 for 1 in the play. That's kind of not what you want. Now, if they can quickly burst this dragon, but it's still Hextech. The collapse can be fast.
He's not going.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So they're going to pick this up. It's 3 dragons apiece now. And they are just trying to control this Baron, but they want to own this top side. They don't want any more Barons to Team Wales. They need these team fights to work out for them.
Comeback was predicated on a steal from Killer Queen. That's how close this came. If he doesn't get that steal, they're fighting into Hextech Soul. And these fights have been so close, and slows on the Zeri, I think the game would be over if he hasn't got the steal.
Not just that. The secure by Glory against the smites from Drakthar gives them Baron, gives them the ability to return in time to defend their base. As well, just these clutch moments on objectives for Wales, just barely getting things through. Yado's not getting stronger, by the way. Artemis has barely got anything left, only that wit's end to complete. And this means Glory gets to catch up. Glory gets to be huge. I mean, Arietti is already absolutely massive. He's already full build. He's even foregone the chance for that Titanic Hydra. He needs that GA. He needs to be the carry. He needs to survive everything he can. And it's just so close.
This
4K apart, it means next to nothing.
The gold is irrelevant. This is all down to execution. Execution is all that matters here. One more decisive team fight for either team should mean the end of the game. Team Wales have shown their clutch factor with the fact that they are still here in this game 2. We wrote it off. We said we're going to game 3. But no, here we are. We have 2 teams, both with a chance to win.
We need experience. We need experience on Killer Queen. We want that extra keeper's verdict. We want that level 16. From there, then you're fine to just do whatever. But it's a really unfortunate situation where most of your wave clear, most of your power's ability to shove waves is down to Arietti, but you need gold on pretty much anybody else.
Baron is alive. Wales with priority at the moment. In goes CBL looking for something, but only tags onto Pun. The rest of Cerberus are able to back off.
Acid popped, ultimate stolen, so Glory can have this, and he can find Artemis perhaps.
Glory, be careful. The lantern is now on cooldown, not for long.
Not for long indeed. Arietti stepping a bit forward, looking to bait, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
Just playing it so safe, so cautiously. Little bits of vision scattered in the pit for the side of Cerberus, so they know they're not being pushed. They know don't have to walk into a Baron that's being taken. And if this just goes on a bit too long, that splits the map. It opens up these 2 objectives.
Look what they're setting up. Callista and Ryze are on the bottom side. They're Hextech gating. It's a backdoor. They win.
They're going for the back door. I mean,
They've got Realm Warp. No, they sniff it out. They're on a ward. The random red buff ward.
Yeah, they're sniffing out.
There was just a random vision ward left over, and it stops that backdoor play entirely.
They're backing off. It's too good. This is also an issue for sure. They don't have any Nexus towers. They can't leave the mid lane unattended. They need to try and get any vision onto Rise. They need to just track him. They need to keep him down. This is so damn tense. They're starting up the Baron again. This time they know where Artemis is.
Trakthar is here. Yardo's still floating on the bottom side of the map. There's pings on the mid lane. I think Cerberus want to try and go for this one. There it is, secured by Killer Queen. Wales wear the Baron. If they can get out, suddenly they are favored.
Minute to Dragon. They're going to go for this reset.
Yep, because that is Cerberus barreling down. Huge Glacial Prison interrupts 2 of the recalls.
But
It's now 3 in the base. If they can hunt these 2 down, if they can hunt them down and kill them, it would be massive. They get a catch in the jungle onto CBL, but the Hex Gates allow the reinforcements to come. Look at this. The Thrasher's already fallen. Arietti zapping away. Needs to get to Drakthar. Needs to do it. He gets the bit of damage over onto Yardo. He's got GA. He doesn't care about the Trundle as Team Wales pick up a 5-0 ace, Marby.
They've done it! They're going to bring it home 2-0. This was a desperately needed win for Wales after a shocking last week. And now Arietti says, I can do it too. Gets the Zeri in his hands and brings a crippled early game, an absolute disaster home for Wales.
They call them Killer Whales for a reason, and they show their clutch factor down to no Nexus towers. 10,000 gold behind is not enough against Arietti, against Azeri, and against the Whales.
I got nothing left. This absolutely should have been like at 17 minutes.
We should have had a game
17 minutes. We said, all right, what are you doing, Wales? This is a Cerberus. Fix your shit for game 3. No, they fixed their shit for 23 minutes later.
That's so big as well. Team Wales picking up that win is massive for the playoffs race. It is so hard for Cerberus to overtake them now.
I think I mean, mathematics, I don't know, but it feels like it's all but lights out for the side of Cerberus. Dreams absolutely crushed by Wales here. I mean, on a four spot playoffs, I would not have been imagining them to get there. At a 6 spot, they still have that chance.
I mean, 6 spots, I think they still make it. I don't think they're falling to Genius and ASE tier. I wouldn't go that far, but if it's a 4 spot playoffs, we still don't know for sure, by the way.
Yeah,
somehow.
VATV, get on that.
I really wish we did know. But I think that kind of locks Cerberus out of the top 4 due to just an absurd comeback. Now Wales has the head-to-head. They draw level in series wins. And Marby, you're the Wales fan here. How do you feel?
Look, it's not how I would have wanted it. I'm less the Wales. I'm the Glory fangirl, but I can't complain. Can't complain. Arietti, my friend, you kind of made up for last week. I'm happy to say it. We're taking you off Silver Duty, putting you on Zeri. I'm here for it.
I mean, Zeri, like, come on, guys. We got to do something about this champion. It should be permabanned. Break her knees, Riot. You have my permission. But, I mean, I can't believe we're doing this quite... I can't believe there's not a game 3. Just let me put it that way. But that's it for us tonight.
Yeah.
That's it. Team Wales have picked up the 2-0 win. They moved to a very strong position for the middle of the table. They are now in a very, very good position to fight for Cerberus are kind of sent reeling. Yeah. Thanks for watching VCS English. Bye.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.